Last week, they got you staring at the sky looking for balloons. This week, you're looking for fucking flying saucers. So you're going to expect it. You're going to expect to see this in the sky. That's why they're doing this. It's going to make it that much more believable when they fucking hologram your ass. It's a Chekhov's gun. That's what it is. This is a Chekhov's gun. If you guys aren't familiar with it, it's basically like the briefcase from Pulp Fiction, right? It's an element to the narrative that's introduced, and the viewer is constantly knowing, how is that element going to play back in? When are they going to reveal, right?
Yeah, it's like in movies when they do like foreshadowing, in a movie where there's some symbol or some kind of idea that's placed early in the movie that comes in later, and you're supposed to kind of register it in your mind.
Yeah, that's exactly what a Chekhov's gun is.
Well, I agree with both of you on that. It's something. They want people to look up now. Why?
Yeah, they even came up with that movie like a year ago called Don't Look Up.
Yeah.
Right?
And then with that Bird Box movie, the whole point of the Bird Box movie was like, if you look up, you go crazy or something. And there was a bunch of programming in that one. So. Let's see. Do you know when Trump signed that peace accord, Abrahamic peace accord?
Nah. I was like super big on the Trump train like a couple years ago, but I learned my lessons.
Never believed in some fucking random TV personality ever in my life. So.
Shit, bro, that's crazy.
January plus 3 years, 2024.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't want to take up this space unless you want me to, but I'm going to stream Austin's debate, if that's okay. Yeah, I can go to Livestream too if you guys rather.
No, it's fine. You mean just stream it on like? Yeah, it's fine if you want to stream it.
Yeah, if you guys need me to move to another channel, just let me know.
Well, you're not. Yeah, the audio won't go through the live stream.
Just send me a DM because I'm gonna deafen myself too.
10-4.
So when they say they shot that thing down, did they give any like reports of what it is, or is that going to be part of the psyop too? That they're not going to tell us what it is or whatever.
I already saw footage from CNN saying that it was cylindrical and it had no visible signs of propulsion. Those are massive UFO buzzwords, buzz terms. I mean, it's developing. It's like an hour-old news. If it's the real deal, we'll be getting some sort of update within the next 24 to 36 for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that it is actually something from, I mean, obviously the outer space story or even somewhere else on the plane, I guess those are all possibilities. But, well, the space one isn't my viewpoint, but I guess somewhere else on the plane could be, or even like an interdimensional thing. There's all kinds of possibilities. But doesn't it seem like, especially when it's CNN, it's all programmed, it's all, ready to go kind of planned media these days, especially the news, it's all fucking pre-written scripts. Doesn't it seem obviously most likely that it's just their thing? Either they didn't shoot anything down at all and they're just going to make the story up, or that they put their own thing in the sky and then shot it down or something to that effect, just to kind of create the kind of like with 9/11, like they try to say it was some outside terrorist, but actually it was just, they were just shooting missiles at the buildings and doing it themselves. So In
Well,
your
this
mind,
is-
is it most likely that it's something like that?
The cheapest thing to do would just be to CGI it. You don't got to put planes in the air. You don't got to fucking blow anything up. Just CGI that shit and send it to CNN, and they'll report it. You know. So I'd probably go with the cheapest answer, because they can. You know. Yeah, whether or not it's real, it like that doesn't even matter to me at this point. It's just that's what they want CNN viewers to believe. That's pretty big. That's a big deal. I'm still I'm soaking it up. I'm still trying to figure out what exactly that means. All my normie friends are gonna be like, "Did you see the alien?" I don't fucking know, dude. It's gonna be weird.
Yeah, well, I was saying to people during the scamdemic thing, I was like, to certain people that are following the mainstream thing, I was like, if you fell for this one, are you going to fall for the fake alien invasion? I was like, please tell me you're not going to fall for that one too.
Dude, for real. Like, if people were like, yeah, I mean, just the way they were acting, they probably will fall for it. Especially with this coming out in the news. Like, if they were going to put up some holograms in the next couple of months or years even, would people be more likely to believe it or less likely to believe it had this event not happened? And I would say that, you know, they're more likely to believe it if they're getting primed and pre-programmed to think that there is stuff in the sky that we can't control, but we can shoot it down. We can blow it up. You're safe, America.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. Yeah, does seem like it's because the one balloon thing is like, okay, maybe that's a one-off thing, you know. But yeah, if they're running a second one here, it does start to look like a pattern.
Dude, what if the balloon was just the fucking beta test for the fucking hologram? You got all these people with their cell phones capturing this little puff in the sky and like this barely visible white dot. And everybody is 100% sure that not only do they know what it is, but they know what it is because their government told them what it is. And just a week later, now we're just shooting other stuff out of the sky. Like, yeah, whoever was that was bringing up the point, we allegedly let a balloon from China float over half the mainland United States before we thought about shooting it down, right? Didn't even do it right away. And then today we just blast something out of the sky. And I like how the thing that we didn't know was there for like days and got all the way to Montana, we instantly knew it was China. But this thing that we shot out of the sky, no warning, nobody's saying what it is. Yeah, dude, that's very, very interesting.
Yeah, it was just make me think, like, is it almost a kind of a program of, well, this one thing was from another country, you know, we knew it wasn't harmful from China, so we kind of let it float over. It's, you know, we were tracking it, we knew what it was, all is good. But this other thing, oh my God, this was just, you know, from an, you know, who knows what it is, and we had to shoot it down right away. Yeah, there could even be some kind of component of that as well.
Yeah, and if you want to get really crazy, that could have been like some kind of emissary from an outer pond coming over here to talk to people, right, from beyond the ice wall. Like now I'm getting into like way crazy conspiracy stuff, but what do I know? They just want me to know that it's blown up, and I should be happy about that. I should feel safe.
I mean, the whole scamdemic thing like happened, and in my sense, I don't think it went down the way they wanted it to. It's a whole nother topic and whatnot to talk, you know, in terms of what on that. But it seems to me like they stopped it early than they probably wanted to, and they really didn't get rolled out what they wanted to roll out. And Now, is that because people put up enough resistance? There was just enough, you know, it's like if they want everyone to hum to the same tune and we weren't doing it, you know, when I say we, I just mean sort of the people were not humming to the tune they wanted. They're like, oh shit, you know, what are we, okay, this didn't really work. Meaning people are off humming different tunes all over the place, you know, and it didn't really work. So it's like they move a piece on the chessboard and then we, you know, the people responded. So that's my sense of it, is that it really didn't go the way they wanted. And then it seems like we've been in this weird kind of quiet zone, you know, the last like 6 or 9 months where it's like not much is happening. They're kind of lingering on the scamdemic thing, but that's kind of over. And then, you know, what's going to come next? Now, could it be that the scamdemic thing didn't go the way they wanted, and so on, and that they're just going to start a Project Bluebeam? When I say early, I just say early because I kind of figured it would be coming later. But is there any chance that they're just like, hey, fuck it, we got to just go for it now? I mean, that would.
I think
it's all speculation,
was
obviously, but
yes, I agree with you that it did not go the way it's planned, and I think that's because at the very at the decision-making table, they were like, okay, we can do this one of two ways. We can say there's a virus when there really isn't anything and just replace it with the flu and try to push that and just see if people's hysteria and like narcissism and ego and pride will just can get them to fucking bluff themselves and dupe all these people, or we release a real virus, right? But the people at the table were like, no, we can't release a real virus because that's going to cut into our money. All the people that we're in charge of, that we own, who we make money off of, they're going to die. We can't do that. So they went for a half measure, which was what we saw over the last, 30 whatever months. And it didn't work, like you said. Definitely didn't go as planned. And this is like so much cheaper, in my opinion, to do. Like they don't need to produce any vaccines. They literally just need to make something shiny happen in the sky and then have the news tell people what they want them to believe. Now, why they didn't just do that first? It's because you know what happened to everybody during the fucking scamdemic is they all got traumatized. Like the children, the adults, anybody that thought that shit was real is really fucked up in the head right now. No kind way to say it. You know, you were mind fucked. You probably need some therapy or like a cleansing ritual. That's my 2 cents. Yeah, I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes.
cool, bro. Well, if you're still listening, I'll just respond to what you said. Yeah, no, I definitely hear you on that. Yeah, it was like a psychological preamble. Yeah, they've got everyone knows what they, to lock down or whatever, everyone. That is one thing that did get people to move in harmony. People are used to their lives being disrupted for whatever the narrative is. So yeah, those would all be a preamble if they were to do some Project Bluebeam thing so just a threat from outside, whether it's the air, whether it's flying saucers from space, it's being afraid of a threat. And then everybody has to work together to solve it, and everyone has to do the thing that they're telling you to do to remedy the threat. Which they've already had that. They've already been kind of doing that narrative for years, but with the scamdemic thing, it was even more so, and they coordinated it more. That was one way that it was, I guess if you want to call it successful, but just that they got everyone to go along with that part of it. Well, you sort of had to because they locked it down or whatever.
I'm back. I heard like half of your reply, Gio. I had to rip my headphones out though because I was talking to the store clerk.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, yeah, like you were saying how the scamdemic thing was like psychologically traumatizing. This threat from the outside, you know, the air was killing you and you're gonna kill grandma, and all the rest of it, all the programming and just getting everyone coordinated to lock down and do the thing that the news is telling you to do. That was just a huge wave, you know. So we were talking like kind of seemed like they weren't successful with the whole event. Like we were talking about that, like that they didn't really pull off exactly what they wanted. But in the way I'm saying, it was successful, at least to some degree, in terms of that psychological thing, and then also getting everyone to lock down and follow all these protocols. So I was just saying, if that was like a preamble, kind of like a pre-psyop, if they are going to do some Project Bluebeam, alien things in the sky, now instead of the air being the threat, now it's, the space aliens or whatever being a threat. So yeah, I'm just saying people are used to like lockdown, like what they all have to do to lock down, or, especially with that, it's maybe even more so. Well, I'm just saying it could even be more. That's what they would hope for, that it's even more triggering, because some people might not care about getting sick, like, oh, fuck that, who gives a shit? I've had the flu, not a big deal, as it were, with that one, even though they tried to make it seem like it was the worst thing in the world. But I think people quickly found out, like, all right, it's really not what they're saying it is. But anyways, and then when you get into the Project Bluebeam thing, that's even more like, what if they said, well, you have to lock down, to save the whole world or whatever. I don't know. It's all just speculation and just kind of ideas. But yeah, it does seem like there could be a continuation of the PSYOP, is what I'm saying. The threat from the outside, and everybody has to do the thing that the news is telling you to do, basically.
Dude, you're 100% on the money. If the invisible fucking disease had people wearing 2 masks in their car by themselves and locking themselves down, the thing they never saw, right? Like, yeah, this is the compliance rituals that came with the invisible threat are going to be pretty fucking powerful, and a lot of people are going to comply with them if the threat is visible in the sky in the form of like a hologram or something. For sure.
Yeah, for sure. I know we're totally in like speculation mode, although that is like CNN. That's, like you said, that's news that they are releasing. So that is like a thing on that level. Now, what it turns into or what it could be is another story. But yeah, dude, I was just thinking too, like another possibility they could do with that whole thing, the whole idea of like smart cities and wanting to move people, get people more condensed in cities and whatnot. That could be a way to do it. If there's the claim that there's aliens and they're starting to drop bombs in your city or whatever, and that's like, you all got to move, you all got to move to some safe zone, or I don't know. It's all just speculation, but that is crazy that CNN actually is releasing that news and putting it out there. Hear about that, Ruhif? They shot down a UFO, and they're that's what they say.
Was it unidentified?
Yep, they said it was shaped like a cylinder, and it had unknown propulsion.
Okay.
CNN.
Okay.
Dude, I love it. I love it. Pretty soon, all the fucking Globers are going to have to back this shit, dude. Oh my God. You guys are in for it. You guys are going to be like, yep, that's the purple alien with the, with the ship. Yo, this is going to be so funny. And you're going to have to talk about how you fucking believe daddy government when they've been lying to you about aliens for like 100 years. Oh, dude, this is too good.
Okay.
I mean, it's the proverbial you. I'm not singling you out, Ruhif. I don't really know what your beliefs are on like aliens and shit, but a lot of Globers are like, they fucking love that shit. Repping fake aliens and a fake disease in the same decade? Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, if they're going right into Project Bluebeam, it seems early to me. What do you think? Didn't it seem like they were going to do it later? And that's all just speculation. It's all just my sense of it. So obviously, I'm not like in their meetings and don't, in that sense. But it just seemed to me like it wasn't going to be this early.
I mean, here's the thing. They've always got a backup plan. Like, they tried to throw murder hornets at us like 3 months into COVID, when it probably, from their point of view, didn't seem like it was, air quotes, working. Like, they probably weren't getting the desired effect quick enough. And so they had to well, wait, hold on. We'll just throw murder hornets at them for a second. And then COVID kind of ramped up and we could all just forget about the murder hornets. Right? So maybe something that they're doing right now, like the economy scare or the racial tensions or the whatever, it's just not working quick enough. They're not getting the desired reaction fast enough. So they're fucking switching gears.
Maybe you watch too much Fox News.
I don't watch any
Yeah,
Fox News, dude.
And the fake space shit is just so terrible, dude. That last Artemis thing, the pictures they sent back looked like they were from the 70s. It's just garbage. So it's like, then they know people are catching on to that. So they have to remedy something with the space being called out as not being, legitimate. And so, yeah, if they lose the space story, then they can't even do Project Bluebeam in the future, So they still have most of these people believing the space nonsense. So that could be another reason they might try to do it early. It's like, they know people are going to be asking for, because they're claiming that they're going to send men to the moon, and that's a lot of CGI they'd have to fake. I've been wondering if they're even going to do that. So with this, if they did start doing some Project Bluebeam shit, they could start locking down the world. And you know what they would do? They would lock down space. Oh, we can't go to space. Can't go to space, guys. Too dangerous. Space Force. We have to keep on guard, and it could be crazy, dude. Yeah, but that would solve their whole civilian space travel, all that nonsense. And a lot of these believers, they might go along with it. Yeah, guys, come on, we got to lock down. We got to get, they're going to agree to lock down space, and then they're going to give excuses as to why they're not going back to the moon and all that. So it does seem like it would kill multiple birds with one stone if they tried to do this. Although I think it's going to shoot themselves in the foot in the long run, but that's how it goes down. That's how the evil always destroys itself.
Yep. I don't think they would even risk actually showing us what they look like. But I think they're definitely going to have, this is enough. Tomorrow, this is enough for them to say, yeah, we're not going to put anything in space for a long time. We've already had 2 objects come into our airspace. We didn't even know that they were there. We shot them both down, but it's just too dangerous. Sorry, Steve Aoki. Sorry, Elon Musk. No more space toys. We're not going to the moon anymore. I think you're on point there. That solves their fucking problems. They don't have to lie about it anymore because it's getting too hard. You got people on Discord disproving the globe every day.
Yeah, and the space shit is so easy to call out. And there's some hardcore globe Earth guys that will defend it all and just be the defense agents for NASA or whatever. But neutral people out in the world, when they see this stuff, they can see that there's something going on, that something's not lining up, just showing some of the fakery. So it's if you lined up 100 people and showed them a good, solid presentation on all the NASA fakery. I don't know what the percentage of people that would, you know what I mean? But I think it would be very high of people that would be like, yeah, that looks fucking, something about that doesn't look right, So if you get enough people doing that, then all of a sudden the commitment to space would fail. So if they waited 6 years to do Project Bluebeam, by that point they might not have the same hold that they could if they started it now.
Yeah, and it's I've got friends that know that I don't believe in the globe. And we're cool, we're chill. They totally disagree with me, but they at least know that CNN is the CIA. They know what Project Mockingbird is. They don't believe in elections. They know that the pandemic was fake. Even some of them who got jabbed, regret it and know that they got duped. And I've been saying for years, you're going to believe the media on all this stuff. Well, wait till they tell you some shit like there's aliens in the sky and you got to lock your ass down for another 3 years. Ask yourself if you're going to be fucking believing them then. And I literally get to say that to their faces today. I'm so excited. It's time to wake up. It's time to wake people up. This shit is getting way too far.
Oh, dude, have you heard the idea too that the jab deal might put something in the body that they're going to then use during Project Bluebeam, like whether it can cause instant blood clots remotely through radio wave type things or 5G type network, and people could just keel over dead or whatever it may be. Think about that, if they could do that. Like, so the jab thing might actually play into, a Project Bluebeam event. It could be connected, and they got everyone jabbed up who was willing to swallow that poison, not swallow, but be inoculated with it. And so now, and they weren't going to get any more than they got. It seemed like they kind of reached their max of who they could get to take that thing.
Yeah. I could see, when COVID was happening, I was talking about Project Bluebeam. I was like, yeah, the aliens are going to come down and tell you to get vaxxed. But since that time has kind of come and gone, it would be really pointless. I would say that we're going to need a new special vaccine for like space AIDS.
Is it a competition to say the stupidest shit? Like, is that the whole flat Earth troll?
Dude, you can just leave if you don't like it. But basically, by tomorrow, you're going to have to be defending the gayest shit ever if you believe in the globe. You know what I mean? Like, you believe there's a globe, you believe the galaxy's fucking limitless. Well, we just shot something down that the news is calling a UFO. So where did it come from,
What
dude?
does UFO stand for, Platypus? What does UFO stand for?
Okay, we're not going to get into this semantic shit. They said that there's no visible propulsion device. That's all you need to know, dude. We don't have that technology. So where did it come from, big guy?
Okay, so it's definitely an alien, for sure.
Right. And you're going to have to stick to that story for a while until you realize it's bullshit.
I think you're the one that sounds like you think it's an alien, right?
No. Why would I believe that? That's insane.
I don't know. Why do you keep calling it a UFO when we don't have the technology for no propulsion?
Because we don't have that technology.
Okay. We do have the technology of a balloon, right?
That's not what they said it was.
Did they say it's not a balloon?
They said it was a cylinder. They said that it affected the F-16's navigation equipment and that pilots were like getting lightheaded and dizzy when they were like looking directly at it and all kinds of goofy shit, bro. That's your side, bro. That's your side. That's the globe. You guys
please show me where it says that.
You fucking look it up, dude. I'm not doing your research for you.
Your fucking source. Your source. You give it to me. I don't go looking for your shit.
Yeah, go ahead.
CNN. I'm on CNN right now. I'm on CNN right now. It doesn't say that.
Right.
Just Google UFO shot down. You'll find New York Times. You'll find a bunch of articles talking about it, dude.
I'm literally on CNN right now.
Okay, well, maybe you just don't know how to use the internet. I don't know.
I've just posted a link to the CNN article. You're saying the pilots got dizzy?
Yeah, I saw this little clip saying like multiple pilots experienced different things when they came into contact with the object or the vehicle or whatever, and that some pilots reported like not seeing it at all, and other pilots like had to like turn back or something. This was like some lady on CNN. Dude, I don't really like to watch CNN, so I'm not going to dig for it for you. Like this is your people. The same people that brought you, your life-saving vax, and fucking Steve Aoki going to the moon. That's you. That's all you, dude. I don't rep that. Yeah, you didn't hear that they're sending Steve Aoki to the moon? Well, now it's probably too dangerous because of space AIDS, but...
I don't know who Steve Aoki is, but sure.
He's a DJ.
Wow.
He's a DJ that was in the Maoist communist movement at his university, and he became very famous. No, I got disconnected. My bad.
Is this the first time that the mainstream news has ever said, "Yo, we shot down a UFO"? Like,
Yes, dude. This is huge. Like, this is fucking massive. The implications. Oh, dude.
And you're saying I'm the alien person? Like,
Oh no, dude. Here's the thing.
no.
I don't believe in outer space and little green men and
Right.
flying saucers. I don't believe what the news tells me. But
Okay.
you do. You do believe what the news tells you. The news tells you it's a ball. It tells you there's fucking satellites in space, and we're sending
I'll
rockets,
put it on record
robots to
now.
robots to
I
Mars.
don't think any of these three things came from some other solar system or some other space, right?
Well, that's
I'll
good.
put it on record now.
All right. So where do you think it came from? You obviously think it's
Well,
real though.
probably China.
The news wouldn't be lying to you right now. Right? Oh, okay. So the first balloon that we didn't shoot down for a couple days, we knew it was China right away, and then we shot it down. But this thing, we don't really know what it is. They're not telling us what it is, but you think it's probably China. Why wouldn't they tell us it's China? That doesn't even make
I
sense.
don't know. I'm taking a guess.
Look, dude, you got me kind of off the goop right now. I'm really hot. I'm not trying to fucking
Yeah.
rip your head off. I'm excited because this is like there was no celebration when chemtrails became a commonly known thing, right? There was no, hey, I'm sorry for calling you a crazy conspiracy theorist for years about the chemtrails. We now all acknowledge that they happen and weather modification is a real thing. Yes, we did, in case you missed the memo. So now we're at the point
Chemtrails.
where,
Commercial flights spraying us.
yeah, look it up, dude.
Oh, Jesus.
There,
Jesus Christ.
okay, when you said, you said commercial flights spraying
Right.
us, and I said,
Yeah.
yeah, look it up. You kind of got me there. That was a little gotcha that you did, because I'm not talking about Spirit Airlines or United Airlines with people on board spraying stuff in the sky. And I think
Okay.
that's what you were trying to say what I meant, and that's not at all what I meant.
Well, these are the airplanes that produce contrails, right? Because they're at
No.
35,000,
Chemtrails.
40,000 feet.
Chemtrails, not contrails. Chemtrails.
Right.
Yeah.
Good.
Aluminum oxide, barium, fucking I can't remember the other one, whatever it's called. The little metal pieces that they're fucking spraying in the sky for weather modification. The big
Okay.
streaks, the
Cloud
unnatural
seeding.
clouds. Yeah.
Yeah, cloud seeding's a thing, right?
Yeah, but it used to be a conspiracy.
No.
Just like UFOs used to be a conspiracy.
Cloud seeding's not a conspiracy. The conspiracy was that all these jets crisscrossing across the sky were spraying
Dude,
chemicals on it.
don't try and gaslight me, bro. I don't need you to tell me how my life went down. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
Yep.
Anyway.
Cheers. Time to feed the dogs.
No, it's 12:46 p.m.
But yeah, you guys should have a meeting of the globe Earth and kind of get ahead of this situation here, because pretty soon you guys are gonna some ET phone home type stuff going on.
It's almost like you want us to make up some crazy shit so you feel better about making crazy shit up.
Dude, I don't need to make anything. I haven't made any claims. I'm just saying, look, this is what the news is telling you is happening right now.
Mhm.
And you're either going to start saying that, well, the news is misrepresenting the truth. And that's a very slippery slope for you, because I'm guessing you took some experimental injections because the news told you to.
I'm
So
having
you're-
my fifth next week, Platypus. Number 5.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are, dude.
Yeah.
Well, that's nuts, bro. Whose grandma are you saving this time? Isn't that shit over?
I'm saving me.
Oh, okay. God damn, dude, that's nuts. Big balls.
Yeah, what's his name? Jim Waterworld is going to have a party for me next week to celebrate.
I don't know who that is. I would never celebrate somebody hurting themselves, though. But I will say that there's nothing you can do that's going to separate you from
Yeah.
God's love, so
Back
I
in
wouldn't
2
worry
minutes.
too much about it.
Back in a minute.
Yeah, dude, the Agent Smiths are coming out. Just start making fun of aliens. start making fun of the news right now, and the Agent Smiths are going to be coming out of the woodwork. He was like, "Oh, dude, that was great."
Ruth, check your DMs. Check his.
They could also roll like a Project Bluebeam thing out, like very slowly, where it's just shooting things out of the sky for another year and a half, the next year and a half. And then after that, there's going to be, you know what I mean? Like they could roll that shit out for 6 years. You hear, Bacon? Apparently the U.S. military says that they shot a UFO out of the sky.
No, haven't seen that.
Breaking news.
Interesting. I mean, as I understand, a UFO is just something they don't know what it is. Man. Something that is flying that they don't know what it is.
They said it was a cylindrical object and it had no known propulsion or no like visible propulsion.
It was a flying dildo.
Dude, I love breaking this news to Globers. This is so much fun. Bacon, there's been so many UFO sightings in Brazil. I'm sure you must have seen one of them, right?
Oh, you just reminded me that the comment should be visible here. I'll be right back.
Classic.
What did he say? I don't know. I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, there's a comet that's another thing in the sky that we're supposed to be keeping an eye out for this week.
I think that's crazy about it. If they did try to move forward with some kind of alien invasion thing or some kind of threat in that way, it's just, I don't know, I'm just speculating and thinking, but it is interesting how it would kind of start to flip the script on things. Like we were saying, in the one hand, they might be able to like lock down space and like, okay, people are not going to be expecting to go to Mars and go to the moon. That's all out of the picture because, space is now a threat or whatever. So it kind of saves them from having to do that. But then on the other hand, it like flips the script of like, if they're really going to say like, oh, there's these things coming from unknown, I guess they haven't, it sounds like with this one, they haven't really said what it is, right? It could be from another country, but I'm just saying my point, I was just thinking, just speculating, is that if they tried to pull it off in terms of like actually from space, then it's going to bring it to the forefront of like, okay, now people definitely have to believe in space and aliens, or it's all fake, or there's something fake going on. You know what I mean? So it's going to kind of like bring that up to boil.
Oh yeah, and just like people were alienated for saying that, the scamdemic was a scam, you're going to get alienated for saying you don't believe what's in front of your eyes. If they put something in the sky and you're like, yeah, I'm just not believing that, people are, yeah, I mean, and that is the position I will hold. I don't care what I'm seeing in the sky or what explosions are happening. I'll be like, yeah, that's not what they're saying it is.
Yeah, it'd be kind of crazy yeah, that'd be crazy. You're saying if they got everyone, instead of like, get the jab to save grandma or whatever, if they changed it to like, you have to believe in aliens to save the world. And if you don't, we're all going to die. That'd be crazy. That'd be ridiculous.
Yeah. Dude, they could get real crazy. They could like say that the aliens are among us and they look like us and we need a fucking digital ID to verify our humanity. I mean, there's all you need to become a robot to verify that you're a human, basically, like all kinds of stupid stuff. My imagination's going wild.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a creepy angle if they did that. Yeah, that you have to get like verified and put into the system or something. Yeah. I mean, they're definitely linking them though. That one article I was looking at, they were like, tensions are high after the Chinese spy balloon, So yeah, they're definitely linking them together. It's clearly a script rollout.
Yeah, I'm even thinking now. So all the governments, all the agencies, they're all working together. All the wars are totally faked and planned. So this would be like a really good cover to start some other war. Like if you've got all the West looking up at the sky, China can move in on Taiwan. America can move in on whoever, North Korea, Russia, whatever. I mean, it's a big magic show. They want you looking one way.
Ruhiv, would you? I know you're not a big space guy in general. Like you don't seem to go as much with that. Well, maybe you do. I don't know. To some degree, you accept it, but you're not really into it or whatever. But if they started to say, "Yep, there's aliens coming to invade us," would you believe it?
That's what evidence they had.
Sorry, I didn't hear it. What'd you say?
Depends what evidence they had.
Oh. Well, what if it's the same CGI they give us for the globe?
What if it's the same amount of evidence they gave you for convincing you to take the jab? Which wasn't really any evidence. They just said you couldn't fly or go to the store. But,
You know what a loaded question is?
I mean, you can just answer it, even if it is loaded, right?
Well, the first one was, using the same CGI that they do for the globe. That's a loaded question. So I'm not going to answer it.
Yeah, it's happening, you guys. It's pretty tight.
Yeah.
So what evidence would you need to believe it then?
I don't know.
Well, that's what I said. We'll call it a picture instead of CGI. A picture? Would that do it for you?
No, I don't know. I can't forecast what evidence will convince me of aliens. Hey, Mikey. Remote's not here, buddy. You leave it upstairs? Maybe in the bathroom. Yeah, don't know.
What if it's holograms in the sky that you don't think are holograms or that look real?
I don't know.
All right, so yeah, this is the title to a Reuters article that came out 58 minutes ago. U.S. fighter jets shoot down unidentified cylindrical object over Canada. Unidentified cylindrical object.
All right. Can we have cylindrical balloons? Or do balloons have to be like circular?
Yeah, it was probably a weather balloon or swamp
I
gas.
don't know what it is. But again, you're the one making it sound like it's some fucking alien.
No, I'm just speaking to the people that understand what predictive programming is and how drip feeding pictures and detailed like media that express a scenario in which aliens show up. That's been happening for a really long time. And so if you know, right?
This one they also are calling a threat. They were saying the Chinese spy balloon or whatever was not a threat, but this one they were saying it says it did not appear to be manned and that it was shot down because it posed a reasonable threat to civilian air traffic as it was flying at 40,000 feet.
That's fair enough, right? Puts out the altitude or the elevation that planes are at. Beep, beep. Yay. Hi, Bob.
What's up, Ruth?
Oh, just Bob started streaming his telescope stuff.
I went outside to see the comet, and I didn't see shit. They said you're supposed to be visible to the naked eye. I looked through a telescope and I didn't see it.
Jay.
Okay, it was
how much light pollution you have.
Everyone's
Hey, Ruth.
It was just a Sexton telescope though. It's pretty tiny, but it's
I
better
took a
than my
picture
eye.
of it the other day.
Sorry?
I took a picture of it the other day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We'll have a look at it Sunday if you want to tune in and see the live telescope.
Oh, let me see.
Right now, I'm kind of imaging the Great Orion Nebula and the Running Man Nebula.
Yeah.
I'm
Got a
gonna.
new Altaz mount the other day.
You did?
Yeah.
Get a decent, yeah, just for tracking satellites rather than stars and shit.
You should be
Yeah.
able to do it with that.
Yeah,
Ruth.
but I need a decent equatorial as well, so I might get that soon.
Yeah, I'm an equatorial guy. I don't really like the Altazes.
Yeah.
They're too steppy, you know.
Yep.
Ruth.
You can do short exposures with them, though.
Ruth.
Uh-huh. Danik's in the house.
Ruth. Ruth.
Yes. I've got a unopened DM from you, Bacon.
Yeah.
Should I open it now?
doing that.
Hang on, let me open it. Give it a shot.
Ruhif is now charging per DM, so
Yeah.
it's $1 million each DM he's going to read.
$1 million. What's sexy mood? Do I have to identify the stars myself, or can I click on?
Yes. And here's the thing. This app, the thing that I built actually help a lot learn how to identify stars, because I just went outside and I could recognize at least 6 different stars that I wouldn't be able to recognize before playing with it.
How about I take a photo of it and run it through a plate solve?
Running through
Would
what?
that be cheating?
Definitely.
Yeah.
But running through what?
A plate solve, where you just give it a picture of stars and it will tell you what you're looking at based on all the angles between each pair of stars.
Oh, so just recognize the stars doesn't.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think that's fair. The goal is to. It's not it's not to check how well you recognize stars, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was I doing? Very cool though. So I've got to figure out where I am, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. Fuck. Is there a way to kind of like save the parameters so that you can give it to someone else to do? Like a challenge? I assume
That's a nice feature to be added. I'll put in the
Okay,
list.
cool. All right. Fucking hell, I've got to identify some fucking stars.
I go straight for Southern Cross and Orion. If those aren't visible, I just refresh the page because
Oh,
I
I've
don't
seen
know
the Big
the others.
Dipper. Big Dipper's upside down here. Now I got to Orion. Fucking what's it called? What are they called? Bunches of stars. Constellation. That's the one.
Or clusters, depending on how much of a bunch it is.
All right, Big Dipper. There we go. So
Northern Hemisphere, then I guess.
I guess so. Fuck, where is it? There it is. Can I zoom? Oh, yeah, this can zoom in. There you go. How do I take an angle? I got to hit S to go to angle mode. Oh, what happened there? Shit.
Yeah, you gotta bring the star down to the horizon in the right part of the
Right.
section.
Okay. So
Use the left part for the horizon. Otherwise, the angle is gonna be negative. Actually,
think that's
I
a
should
big difference.
prevent that from happening because the section can't measure like a big negative angle.
control and click. Oh, there we go. Oh, wow. Very cool. Very, very cool. Nice. Oops, moved away. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, angle's negative. Whoops.
Yeah, you put the horizon in the left part of this of the side of the scope,
Okay.
and the star in the right side.
Right. Oops. Fucking hard. Fuck this. Where is it? I can't zoom out of the sextant now.
Oh, you can zoom in and out with the section, but if you want to go back to the
control
other
S.
view, just press S again.
Yes, sorry. Yeah. Fuck. All right.
Say toggle.
Sextant angle. See how you've got like kind of like concentric rings of atmosphere? How big are they?
Oh, there weren't supposed to be rings. I think it's just because it's so dark that the difference between like one color in the next on a
Oh, right.
gradient.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There might be I mean, my code is fine. Maybe it's a GPU thing. I don't know.
Oops. S for sextant mode. All right. There is the. Whoa. Excuse daddy.
Did you just say "excuse, daddy"?
Yeah. When I burp,
Is that what you say to your kids?
Yeah.
When you burp in their faces?
Yeah.
Hey, Zenik, you're next.
Oh, hang on. Oh, I've got 180. Whoops.
Is that when you say to your wife when you can't fill in the blank?
I don't even know what fill in the blank means.
I know you can fill in the blank. That was my point.
Okay. All right. Yeah, see, I'm trying to work out approximately what angle I should be measuring from the blue rings. Oh, there we go. No, I found it. All right. So I've got whatever. Hang on, I've got a Big Dipper. 1, 2, 3. Oh, fuck, I turn this upside down. Fuck that.
Blue rings.
Are you guys nerding out?
Yes, big time.
Okay, let me see what you're doing.
Hang on. Hang on. That's about 17.
Does anyone know this guy that Witsit's debating with? This guy Nathan, who he is?
No.
Me neither. Hey, is this going on right now?
Stream base.
Is this going? Is this debate going on right now?
Yeah, Riggs is streaming it. It's going to take me half an hour between sites just to identify these freaking stars.
Yeah, it's on Modern Day Debate. Same two guys. He's debated these guys in the past. This Mark Reed and this guy David. They've been debated Witsit in the past on here.
I've got the wrong constellation.
What's that?
The Big Dipper, right? The frying pan. It only has 2 stars across the bottom. I thought it had 3.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time I found out there's a missing star in the
Okay. Well, no. It would imply that you have an extra star, which would be odd.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That would definitely be odd.
Yes. I must have the wrong constellation.
Can you show that?
I can zoom in a bit.
You know you're in a live stream, right?
Oh yeah, okay. All right, one sec.
I'm forcing you to do that because I want some feedback.
Anyway, there you go.
That's
So
Orion.
that's the Big Dipper, right?
No, that's Orion.
That's Orion. Fuck. All right.
That's the I'm so disappointed. That's the most easily recognizable constellation of all of them.
Okay. But the frying pan run looks like that as well.
You can see the how do you call the Orion belt right at the middle. We have
Oh, they really don't look anything at all like each other.
Really?
No.
Jesus. Don't ever ask me to identify constellations.
Orion's a pretty decent constellation. I give it 3 stars.
Very good.
Right in the belt.
So that is Orion's belt, the 3 stars.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
You have Betelgeuse and Rigel. I think both of them are in the almanac.
All right. Now.
Yeah, they're both navigation stars.
Betelgeuse is most easily recognizable because it's a bit further than the other 3, and it's a bit reddish.
Yeah, it's red. The other one that's a good one there is in Cirrus Minor. It's called Procreon. And then, of course, you have Cirrus in not Cirrus Minor, Canis Minor. And then in Canis Major, you have Cirrus.
All right. So.
Yeah. I see Sirius is like the brightest. It's usually close to Orion.
Yeah, it's at Orion's right foot. The rabbit's at his left foot, and Canis Minor, the puppy, is just behind Canis Major.
That star in the very top, close to the left, is Sirius.
Oh, yeah, Sirius up here.
That's Sirius, yeah. And if you go up, I think you're going to see Procyon.
I thought Procyon. Procyon would be that one or that one?
No. Procyon is not in the Orion constellation. That's just an arrow pointing towards the direction of Procyon, which is up. Yeah,
that
there.
one?
That's
Okay.
Procyon. Yeah.
Cool. Hang on. So that. That orientation doesn't. No, hang on. No, that's got to be Procyon there then, right?
No, Procyon is not in Orion constellation.
Yeah.
The Alpha star,
Sirius.
I think, is Betelgeuse, and it's showing that it points to Procyon.
The Procyon would be this way, so that'd be Sirius.
Zoom it out a bit, would you, Ruif?
All right. There you go.
Yeah, Procyon is up.
So there's Orion right there. Okay. And keep going straight out. You'll see Procyon out there. It's the brightest star going straight the way your arrow's going. Just follow the belt out.
That way? That's Procyon?
I think that's Procyon right there.
I think Bacon said that was Sirius. Bacon said that was Sirius.
No, Sirius is down below it. I think it's below the horizon. That's Procyon.
Hang on, let's go Orion again.
No, that's no. That's Sirius.
Well,
I think you're used to see Orion from the northern hemisphere, and I think that's in the southern hemisphere. I think you're seeing it upside down.
Oh, let me look at it again.
because Betelgeuse is the one that points to Procyon. So Procyon is, if you go like higher, you should be Procyon a little bit above the top of the screen.
Try and
Yeah, if you go a little bit higher, you're gonna see Procyon, I think.
I'm just trying to figure out the orientation of this.
All right, Betelgeuse points north, like the Orion belt.
Is that Betelgeuse though?
No, but it's the red one, the other side.
That one.
No, it's not. It points north. The Orion belt cuts Orion in half. The upper part, it's in the northern hemisphere, and the lower part in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, which one's Betelgeuse? The red, the brown. Yeah. That's Betelgeuse.
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2.
That should be Rigel down at about 7 o'clock. I think it's the next one over, isn't it? Or
yes,
that's Rigel there.
Okay.
Yep. Sirius, I would think would be below that.
No, Sirius is in the side of Betelgeuse, not in the side of Rigel.
You sure about that, man? You better check that again.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'll go to Stellarium. Let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's.
I'll show Stellarium. Let me show Stellarium here.
Betelgeuse is the upper right shoulder. Rigel's the left foot.
Okay,
Sirius could be below it.
I sent the live stream one text. You guys want to take a look at that?
Yeah, I'll just pull it up.
So
I'm just taking image after image right now myself, so it's no big deal. All right, so
running an online plate solve at the moment.
Yeah, no. You ought to have a look at this right here. Let me look at the orientation of that one more time. Just a weird angle for me. I'm sorry about that.
Zoom in a bit. Let's do that again.
Let me look at it again here. That must be Lepus right there.
All right.
That should be Cirrus up there in the corner in the upper left. I thought that whole thing was shifted over a little bit more. It's not. You're right.
Oh, so you mean that one is yours, right? The one upper, a bit higher than Orion.
All right. Now, lots and lots of stars. So Betelgeuse. I'll post this. Hold on. It's not a great image, by the way, but I'll post it in the chat. There you go. That's the plate solve.
That looks a bit messier than it needs to be.
Way messy, yes. Yes. But Betelgeuse is on the top right. Yes, there we go. So, is that Beetlejuice there? The orange one?
Yeah,
Has to be, right?
And if you follow like, I mean, there are 4 main stars around Orion. It forms like a rectangle.
Okay.
So if you connect one from the closer one to Betelgeuse and follow in the direction of Betelgeuse, you're going to reach Procyon.
Sorry, to the top right of the screen, you mean?
No, to the 90 degrees from that, counterclockwise. Like
That way.
that's too much. So 45 then. Just go up. Yeah, like that.
Okay.
In the left there is Sirius. The one in the
Okay.
left is Sirius.
All right. So that is Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
All right. Let's try and get an angle. It's going to take us half an hour between fucking star signs.
I think you should zero out your sextant first.
There it is. So you want that to be the horizon. Oops. And then that. Oh, hang on, the other way, right? There it is. So I want that star to be on the right. Oops. And then the horizon. Oops.
Is that Beetlejuice?
This is Beetlejuice.
I hope so.
Yeah.
If you zoom out, that's going to be a bit faster because they're going to be a bigger.
All right.
There's
So, boom. We have a Beetlejuice.
21 minutes.
All right. Let's take a 21-21-05. 21-21-05. 14th of May 2023. 2023. Betelgeuse. What was it? 20 degrees. 3.4 minutes. We've got a star sighting. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. So, how do I zoom out the... All right, there you go. Boom. All right, now let's go look for a different star. Oh, are you serious? It's a bit too close to Orion, though, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit. I don't know.
I'll still use it. I'll still use it. Just to make sure it's freaking... let's make sure. Yes. Boom. 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 All right, let's do another plate solve. All right. All righty.
What was the angle of Beetlejuice? The elevation?
20 degrees, 3.4 minutes.
Right.
So where is... Did you say it was Sirius? Road ascension. 6 hours. Declination. 6:42. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, that was Sirius. Good. That is Sirius. All right, let's do another one. All right. So you got the star on the... Sorry, the star on the right. Oops. Hang on. I'm trying to move the... Oh, it's gone negative. That's okay.
Go down and then bring the star down with you.
Yeah.
So you can find the horizon.
Oops. Hang on. I'm clicking in... Oops.
Oh, you gotta... Yeah. Yes, that's it. I don't know what the gradient has such hard boundaries.
There is the horizon.
Yeah.
Boom. All right, we'll go there. 21, 24, 20. 21, 24, 20. 14, 05, 2023. And this was serious, wasn't it? 23 degrees, 35.3 arc minutes. All right, now I've got to choose another star, don't I? I did Sirius, and that was Betelgeuse. All right, let's go somewhere over here. What do you reckon?
Good luck now.
Those three. Hey, good luck finding a star, you mean?
Yeah. I mean, I only know like Orion
Yeah, I don't know any constellations at all.
and the Southern Cross. Or maybe you should see the Southern Cross. Oh no, you're in
Turn the
the,
lights off
you're in the
here.
northern hemisphere. Because the tilt of Orion tells you the hemisphere you're in.
Okay. Let's see, I could use that one, but that's a bit close to where I was. Maybe. I'll see whatever that one is. All right, let's do this one. Boom. Boom. All right. That Capella, I think. I think it's Capella. Al-Hajoth. Let's have a Capella. $5 hours, 16 minutes. Declination 45.59. I'm gonna say that's Capella, I think.
Can I see it?
Capella in the center.
What's surrounding it?
Not a whole lot. Let's there we go.
I think Capella is the other one. I think this is
The brightest one there, right? You got magnitudes in this.
no. I think that's Capella. Yeah.
Yeah. Capella. All right, let's do Capella.
That's
And
right. It's
then-
Capella. Nice.
Oh,
Well,
fuck,
well
I lost
done.
it.
You got,
There it is.
the left part is the one that, yeah, you gotta
Okay.
pull back the right part first. You gotta zero out the angle.
All right. All right. So now I put it on the right side. There we go. Now I can move. Oh, hang on. Hang on, I got the star on the left then, right?
No, the
Oh, no,
left
that
one
was
is
the
where
right.
you see the right.
All right. So there. But then when I move. All right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You move down, then you bring the star with you.
All right.
That's how we do with the sex.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. And zoom in a bit. Zoom in. All right, we'll go there. 212907. 212907. 14th of May 2023, and that was Capella, wasn't it? Equals 15 degrees. Fuck.
Oh, wait, I already got a fix.
You have. All right. You want me to put in the fix?
Mm-hmm.
How do you put in the fix?
There's a submit fix button in the right bottom corner.
Oh, submit fix. Okay. Yeah.
So 46 degrees, 1.2.
Sorry, 46 degree, 46 comma.
No, sorry, the comma is to separate between latitude and longitude.
Okay,
I
so 46 space.
Yeah, it should work. 46, 1.2
Yep.
north. Well, I don't think you need to put the north there because it's
Comma.
positive. And 115 degrees, 2.9 west. I gotta put the west there because it's negative.
Yeah, but negative. Yeah.
But that works too. I
Cool.
think, I
All
hope.
right. Oh dear. Oh, dear.
Okay, let me see.
Right.
No, I was giving you the GP of a star. Never mind.
Oh,
try
shit.
again.
Okay.
Try again.
All right.
What did I give you? Let me see. I was giving you the GP of Capella instead of the fix. Sorry.
Okay.
At 14 degrees,
Yep.
15.5, comma, 32 degrees, 16.1 west. We can
West.
put the west in the end. Also,
Whatever. Yeah. All right. Ready? 22 miles.
I think that's good enough.
That's all right.
Right.
Very cool.
Yeah, sorry
very
for the
cool.
trouble, but thanks for doing this willingly.
Yeah. I left it there for a day.
Right.
Very good. Very cool. I wish you could click on the star and it'll just tell you what the star is.
Oh, that's cheating. You don't have that in the
I
ocean.
know it's cheating. Bloody hell.
Oh, Ruhif is he's doing the opposite. He's putting the horizon on the right, so he's getting the angles negative. Oh, sorry, Doofus. I think I said.
Oh, Odysee. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. $22 though. That's actually a decent, fairly large error, I would say. Why is that? Got my fixes done within 8 minutes. Should I go and check them in Stellarium? Let's go do that.
All right. Oh, you can see the correct coordinates if you open the console.
F11 or something? No.
Control Shift J.
Yeah. So this is the actual coordinates?
Yes.
Okay. Console.
But I think the data from stars are from J2000, so
Oh, okay. All right.
shouldn't get too much better than 22.
Yeah.
Mine was 26. I think Kosho did 20.
Should we do Stellarium? Let's go to Stellarium. Let's flip this over. Oops. I can buy myself flowers. Stellarium. All right. Stellarium. All right. Where are we again? What was the thing? It was. All right. Stellarium. It was north. 14.393 and west. Oops. 32.566. Was it 23 May 14th? UTC. Oops. It was time zone. UTC.
My Stellarium is UTC by default, and that helps like a lot.
Yeah. No, I occasionally look at it for my location. So, 21. You've got the nice little twilight. Very good. All right. So, we got.
Yeah, it randomizes towards the twilight.
Nice. Yeah. Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice at 9:21. 05. Oh, I stopped the fucking clock. 9:21:05. What's the dip correction?
Let me see.
20.25 degrees.
The correction is 5.6 arc
So
minutes.
off by a little bit, off about 6 or 7 arc minutes.
Right.
Yeah, I've got 20.25. Oh, yeah, that's the other way around, isn't it?
I thought you had 20.3, 20 and 3.4 for Beetlejuice.
Yeah, so it's the bad way around, isn't it?
Let me see.
It's even further off, I think.
Okay, so the corrected altitude is 19 degrees 57.8, and that's at 20. Yeah, it's a bit off.
Yeah, like 20.25. So the J2000 and the on date aren't off by very much. 100th of a degree, less than an arc minute. So Sirius was 9:24:20. And as altitude 23.70. Plus
the corrected elevation is around 23.5. Oh, that's closer.
Hang on. The sextant measurement 23 degrees 35 minutes. So the actual elevation 23 degrees 28 or something. Wait, how much is it?
23:35. Sorry, 23:29.7.
Yep, 23:29. Yep.
Which is
and
basically 23 and a half.
Yeah, so it's off by a bit. Yeah, it's off about 13, off by 13 arc minutes. I've got refraction turned on.
Hey, how did you get a Stellarium to show like degrees format instead of degrees, arc minutes, arc seconds?
It's
Did
in
you change it?
Option somewhere.
That's way better.
Yeah, where is it? It's in the options somewhere.
All right. I'll look at it.
Info, extras, tools.
Don't worry, I'll look it up.
Oh, yeah, you go. Use decimal degrees. Tools, configuration, tools, decimal degrees.
Thank you.
All right, so that was off by a little bit, and Capella was over here. Sick on. Let's go to fucking. Oops. Turn it off for a sec. There we go. So my measurement was to Capella 15 degrees 20. Oh, it's way off. Oh, yeah, sorry, time. Whoops. Time 29. 9:29:07. There we go. 15 degrees 20. So 15 degrees 14, something like that. 15 degrees 14 corrected, something like that. And I'm 15 degrees 32. Yeah, so it's about 18 arc minutes off. Why? Why? But yeah, that would give you the 22 arc minutes off. You reckon that would come down to J2000? Sounds like a lot. Can you make your thing spit out what the actual corrected altitude would be? You can also turn on and off the atmosphere, but I think that might be in. There we go, atmospheric visualization. Yes, you can turn that off as well. And that will give you.
Is there any actual topic being discussed, or I know you guys are dribbling about what you're doing, but I don't know. Is there any?
Yeah, celestial navigation.
All right, but is there a topic, or is it?
We can make it one. You guys can't do celestial navigation. There you go.
All right, let's fight.
Yes.
You are fill in the blank insult. All right, let's do it.
Have a play with Bacon's celestial navigation simulator.
For the record, that was not an insult. That was a statement of fact.
Correct.
Derp.
Derp.
Because insults win debates. That's why. Is that right, Extremistus?
Well, no, because statement of fact wins debates.
Because you're a poo-poo face, and then you win, right?
Your mic's is a bit crappy, Extremis.
It's the usual, isn't it?
So it's different than normal?
Pretty much the same, I think.
Sounds pretty bad. Sounds worse.
Yeah, well.
I think it's deteriorating.
Yeah. Is it getting worse? I'll just have to talk less then.
Do you have headphones on?
I'd prefer you go on a better microphone.
Yeah, it's picking up a lot of echo.
It's up to you.
That's weird. I just have the open ear mic. I could put on my headset, but I don't feel like it.
All right.
Let me show you the fix. Well, let me show down the map, so it's more on topic.
Yeah, if you had a cheat mode where you could turn on to identify the stars, that would help me greatly.
Yeah, yeah, I might. I was thinking of putting lines, making the drawings of the constellations.
Oh, okay, yeah, that'd be cool as well.
Have
you seen all that stuff? Sorry, you've seen all the stuff that Nico and Tiny Captain are doing in the chat?
Yeah. So that's what I was gonna say. So it's a bit. It would be a bit annoying to do that, to make lines star by star. But Nick already did that, so I might pick the data that he came up with.
Cool. Yeah.
Sorry.
So can you send me that data? I might use it to draw the constellations on the simulator.
Yes, exactly.
Nice.
He has like a spreadsheet that does something like my website.
Yeah.
But it's like a huge spreadsheet. I'm not sure how to use it.
Yeah. I like that, the Flurf has brought up celestial navigation, and it's the Globers that have just run with it and smashed it. So funny.
Oh, I hope that might change now, that there's an easy way to try it with the simulator. I don't know. It would be nice if some flutter would give it a shot.
If a flat earther would, yes, I agree.
If you have the truth, you shouldn't really have to smash anything, you know? You shouldn't have to eviscerate and do all this like ego stuff and insult. You shouldn't have to do any of that. You shouldn't have to do like the dick measuring, like you're bigger and you're better. Like if you have the truth and you're speaking the truth, then you should be able just to be solid in that. There's so many tactics that people are doing, you know, like Extremistus came in earlier, like he's always typing stuff in the chat, all this toxic, just this constant like disparaging, just poisoning the well. Like, why do you guys have to do any of that stuff? Why does any of that need to happen?
If you had the truth, wouldn't be afraid of doing celestial navigation.
Okay, see, that's another tactic. You just now said somebody's afraid of something. So you're involved in an emotional, someone's afraid. There's a fear. Okay. So now you're like
nothing would be blocking you. There'd be no blockage.
That just shows the point of what I made. What I just said.
I withdraw the afraid, and I'll say there wouldn't be a blockage to doing celestial navigation. There shouldn't be anything stopping you.
Okay, who's implying that there's something stopping somebody from doing celestial navigation?
The fact that no flat earther has ever done it, despite being asked hundreds of times to demonstrate it.
Well, to be honest, Geo isn't making any argument from celestial navigation.
No. Speaking generally.
Yeah, I mean, I have my positions and thoughts on it. So now you've done another kind of tactic thing, which is no flat earther, whatever that even means, and the connotations to that has done this thing that you think they should do. It's just like all tactics, you know? There's so many tactics that just get in the way of an actual conversation.
What do you think we should say when a flat earther says navigation only works on a flat earth, and we say nah, and we demonstrate that it works on a globe? What do you think we should say? Should we ask them to demonstrate their claim? Is that fair? I think it's fair.
I think it's a fair point for at least for the flat earthers that are claiming it doesn't work on a globe or it only works on flat Earth.
I mean, it sounds like you're debating Nathan Oakley's channel, Ruhif. Like, so I don't know. It sounds like you're always referring to them. So I don't know if any of this relates to me or anyone else in this channel. I don't know, man.
I'll debate anyone that says navigation only works on flat Earth or doesn't work on a globe.
All right, I've never said that.
Okay.
I mean, whatever those statements you're making. So, you know what I mean? How you're like grouping like that as if every person who may or may not identify as what you think is a flat earther is doing this thing. That's not really relevant.
Okay.
Yeah, on this server, I don't hear many people making that argument. Sometimes I still hear that. I think I heard it from Elbow yesterday. But yeah, it would match better, like people from Oakley server. They're still making that argument there.
Well, it's like, I guess, if you've been like banned from there and then you want to like bring that over here and like project onto all of us as if we're doing something that they're doing, and then you want to like do a gotcha through us to them or something. I don't know, man.
I'm not banned from there. I can go to join their live stream right now. I can. I'm not banned from there.
You'll be muted in under 3 seconds, I'm sure.
Well, probably during the show, yes, but there's no one in there now. Yeah, I don't really watch or pay attention to Oakley anymore.
Try to get back to 24/7.
I'm banned from there. Definitely banned.
No one wants to unban me.
Yeah.
I got a cognitive dissonance rule. It only allows me to see the cognitive dissonance chat.
Okay.
Which there's like a bunch of people. They're also banned, but also a bunch of trolls.
Yeah.
Like, I think it'd be interesting. Like, I mean, we've done this at times, especially when the room's kind of heated and happening. Like, if I'm here, I'll be able to moderate it. And it's like, I have to like put out dumpster fires like about every 8 seconds. Like, I have to stop that. Like, someone's going personal. Someone's doing a tactic. Someone didn't, it's like unbelievable what it takes to just be able to have grown adults just actually have a conversation that is hashing out these points without some tactic being brought up. It's like, why does it always have to go to that? All the disparaging, all the generalizing, making all of these. It's like elementary school kids in a schoolyard saying, you're a poopy face and then running away. It's like, why is there so much of that? Is there so much immaturity, or what's the reason for all that?
I think there is immaturity. I think the evasiveness portrayed by or demonstrated by, shall we say, most flat earthers, in the face of that, we have to employ quote unquote tactics to try and get them to answer a straight question. I'm not sure what exactly you mean by tactics. But yeah, it is a tactical situation when you're trying to pin down someone that's running away.
Well, I mean, now this is another tactic. Now you're making some blanket statement that somebody you were calling a flat earther, and now you're making it into a whole group is now running from you. I mean, even that's a tactic. See, it'd be cool if we had like like in hockey, if you, or whatever, in sports, if you foul, it's like, oh, foul, and they blow the whistle, and it's like, if we did that, like actual foul system, it's like unbelievable how many. I mean, it's like it's just endless fouls.
Yeah, I mean, it is my opinion that the flat earthers generally are not in this to learn anything or to discover the truth. That's my opinion. They want to be contrarians and deny.
I specifically have a recording of SC Montreal saying, "I'm not here to learn anything," or you're not here. You're not going to teach me anything. That's what it said.
Yeah. SE just has blatant. Is he in the room right now?
No,
he's not. Anyway, all right. But yeah, he's pretty much just incredulity across the board for anything. So.
When they do debates in grad schools and at that kind of level, there is a system in many of those scenarios that are set up to not allow certain fallacies, ad homs, tactics, these sort of generalizations. Well, all of this group of people do this thing, or all of those kinds of components, and it's in like that in courts too. The way in courts, motion, sustained. They have all the terms and all the way that they moderate it so that it's not just all of these components. Because when you're talking about the actual issues, you know what I mean? Like, you can really strip it down and just say your point. And if you have the truth, or if you're seeking the truth, or whatever it may be, you should be able just to lay your point down and then let that point be. And then the other person responds with their point. And then whoever's listening obviously is making up their mind. If you feel like you're going to change your mind, that's on you. If they feel like they're going to change their mind, that's on them. But it's like just stripping it down to the actual content rather than all the tactics and all of the. And I kind of call out extremists. I mean, I don't know. I've seen times in the text chat. It's just, that's all he does. He's just a machine of he's found a way to not straight insult people, but it's just all these generalizations and these disparaging, flat earthers don't believe in math, and just all of these things that nobody necessarily said. And he's just sort of building this. Maybe he's doing it on purpose. Maybe that's a tactic, so that if some new person comes in or is reading the chat, they're going to just see all of these straw mans and all of these bizarre tactics, and then they're maybe he's trying to influence them. I don't know. It's bizarre.
I'd say extremists and Ruhif are just incredulity. That's all they have.
Say his name 3 times.
Incredulity.
Say his name 3 times and he appears.
Well, actually, I sometimes think, let's say we had 20,000 people watching and we were moderating it really tight. How many of these guys would even last? You know what I mean?
Zero.
Let's say you had like a 3 foul system. You had a very strict, no tactics, no this, no that, no that. If there's a fallacy, you have to respond to it, and et cetera. If there was a whole list and it's 3 strikes and you're out kind of thing, how many people would just be cooked right off the bat?
Oh yeah, especially Ruhif and extremists.
Especially us.
Yeah. Right back at you guys. I heard you. What are the chances? I was listening to a certain debate. I got bored as hell, and I go, let me listen in what's going on in Geos, and I just heard my name. What do you call that? Synchronicity? What do you call that?
Something like that.
Yeah. Cheers, guys. I love you too.
Love you too, SC.
Yeah, Ruhit did just mention you. I forget what was the Oh, yeah, I don't know, something. Just another disparaging, toxic type comment. I'm sure that
Exactly.
I was just talking about.
Extremis said something about me saying that I won't learn something. I did say that, but that was to a specific person, if you remember. Extremis. I forget who it was. Was it Paid NASA Shill or was it you?
It was
made
Bob.
that comment. Sorry?
It was Bob the science guy.
Yeah, there you go. So, do you think that Bob the science guy is going to teach me something about all these topics that we've been talking about now for 5-6 years? What do you think the chances are that's going to happen?
The point is not if he teaches you anything, because you guys keep telling us to listen with an open mind, and you got to think about what he says and consider. You can't just say "nuh-uh" with no reason to say "nuh-uh." You can't. I mean, there's just because you can't believe it's possible, like, oh, that's just the numbers are too big or the numbers are too small. That's not a reason to say that's not true. You can't teach me something because the numbers are too big. That's just,
I never said that. I was probably going back and forth with Bob, and I just said, like, you're going to teach me something in that context. Not that I won't learn. I always learn all the time. It's you guys that don't learn. Tell me, Extremis, what new thing have you learned, like, recently? Like me, I can tell you I learned about ether, radiant energy. What have you learned in the past month? Have you learned anything?
Well, specifically, me and Northern Rebellion got into a big discussion on Coriolis, and this has been maybe 3 weeks. And hold on, he specifically said that he understands the globe model, and then it kind of turned into Coriolis. And basically, he says, I understand Coriolis requires 2 reference frames. And I'm like, that's fine. That's whatever. Can you tell me why Coriolis is 0 at the equator? Why the globe model says Coriolis is 0 at the equator, even though the tangential speed is greatest? Why is that what the globe model says? And I'm like, you look up every single Coriolis calculator, everything online, every article says. Now, again, this is specific to keeping the same altitude, because Jeremy always is being a little pedantic bitch about if you change altitude at the equator, okay, Coriolis is there. But it's minimum at the equator on the globe model, even though tangential speed is greatest. And I asked him why that was the case. Why is that what the globe model says? Now, in explaining this to him, he said he would look into it, but I actually asked him, what about that's on a globe model, this is on a 3D surface or a 3D, sphere. What about where is the Coriolis greatest on a 2D surface, on a merry-go-round? And so I asked this question not even knowing the answer. And in looking into it, Coriolis on a merry-go-round actually is the same at all points. Near the middle, in the near the center, in the middle of and on the outer edge, Coriolis force is exactly equal at all points on a 2D surface. But
I actually try to
surface, hold on. On a 3D surface, the Coriolis forces change with your latitude, so to speak, with your position on the ball, north or south of the midway point. And it has to do with your angle as it relates to the direction of the spin. Anyway, that's something I learned. You asked me what I learned. That was a long, convoluted way of saying I learned about Coriolis.
Okay, but we've been talking about Coriolis for years now. That's not something
you guys still
new.
don't get it. Yeah, but you guys still don't understand it.
Yeah, nice ad hom. And by the way, you also said
fact, SE.
Sorry?
It's a statement of fact. that you guys don't.
Right.
See, that's a full tactic right there. That was
Exactly.
full-
Yeah, I know.
no
Ruhiv.
substance, nothing to that, just disparaging a whole group of people that you're randomly labeling and then claiming that's a fact. Like, is that your argument? Is that there's no substance? See, if you were in a grad school and you were in a debate, you would have just been booted. Sorry,
Okay.
you don't get a degree, you're out. You can't do that. You can't just make some generalized statement, a disparaging comment, and go, that's a fact, haha, and pump your chest out as if you just won the world. That's not valid in a real discussion or a real debate.
Yeah, he just did what extremists accused me of doing. You just did that, Ruhiv.
Can we test you on what Coriolis is? Would that be fair?
Before you do that, what I will say is, this conversation was specific to Northern Rebellion, and what he did was I told him, look into it. You don't have to believe it. Just look into why that is what the globe model says. I asked him, just look into why does it say that. Don't believe it, but why is that true? And then, as far as I know, I don't think he ever did. I kept asking him, he never did. All he says to this day is Coriolis requires 2 references. That's all he will
Let
tell
me
you about
respond to
Coriolis.
that, if I may. First of all, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, right? Second of all, you're using like somebody else's argument. And the most important thing that I want to state is you have said, extremists, I don't know if you realize this, you said a merry-go-round is 2D. Did you realize you said that?
Yeah, is that not true?
I ask you, do you think that it's true?
It is. It's true with respect to the direction of the axis of rotation. It is absolutely true.
Let me ask your partner, Ruhiv, your partner in crime tonight, Ruhiv. Do you think a merry-go-round is 2D, Ruhiv?
There wasn't
play
the point.
stupid fucking word games, SE.
Yeah,
You
the
see?
point wasn't that the object
Gio was
the-
absolutely right at what you said. You can't have a conversation, bro. You just throw out insults and ad-homs.
For the purposes of modeling, send a Coriolis force. Yes, it's a 2D thing. It's a 2D circle. Yes.
All right, well, that's
So
at
why
least a
couldn't you have just
response.
said that?
Right.
Yeah,
because
that's at least
now
a
I have to
response.
clarify that the merry-go-round exists in space. It has a depth that is 3-dimensional, right? Fucking stupid word games, SE, all the time.
Well, see, okay, you started
You did it again.
You started with a foul, and then you actually answered it begrudgingly, and then you ended with a foul. What are we supposed to take out of that? You did kind of answer it in between there.
Right. You talk about tactics, Gio. Word game bullshit is a tactic.
Well, dude, that's not necessarily the case. He was responding to something that Extremis has said about 2D. He was asking for clarification. You did kind of respond to it. Do you want to try again without the fouls?
For the purposes of modeling Coriolis, we can treat the merry-go-round as a 2D circle.
Okay, so now that's a point. No fouls in that. Good job. That's a point. Now somebody can respond to that, hopefully without fouling again, and then we might be able to have a productive conversation.
I could respond to that.
Before you do, I want to say one quick thing. When you were saying, this is just one quick statement. You were talking about how this isn't part of the conversation. This is a part of the answer was to your original question about what have you learned, and that is part of what I learned.
I said something new, extremists. What's new about what you learned? What's new about that?
I did not know I did not realize that the Coriolis on a flat surface on a merry-go-round doesn't change regardless of your position on the merry-go-round, whether you're in the middle, in the very center of it, or on the outer edge. The Coriolis force on a merry-go-round on an object does not change with your position, and that is not something I knew before until I investigated this more. That is what I have learned in the last month.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can I just jump in? I remember last time I talked with Odysee about Coriolis, and then he was making that argument that at the equator, where the Earth spins faster, you would have more Coriolis. And I was trying to make the same argument you just did about it. I mean, if you're in a merry-go-round, the precession is the same because it's just determined by how quickly how rotations per minute the whole merry-go-round has. and well, I didn't manage to get that through SE. So you just did a better job now.
Okay, so if you guys insist on talking about the Coriolis, right? I will tell you this. The Coriolis, as pertained to the merry-go-round, which of course you can't show this on Earth, is a visual effect. There's no force. There's no parent force. None of that. It's a visual effect. Do you guys agree on that?
Can I just restate what I said before?
I understand what you mean.
I don't understand Coriolis.
I disagree with that in the strongest possible term.
Okay,
Yep.
Explain yourself, Extremistes.
Because if it's a visual effect, then are you saying it's kind of illusionary? Is that what you're saying? I mean, it's a visual effect. It's a perception thing.
First of all, let's explain what it is. Let's come to terms with what the Coriolis is. The Coriolis effect is, right? Which pertains to a merry-go-round. Let me explain to you. You tell me if you agree with me or not. You have two people on the merry-go-round, one on one side, one on the other side. One person throws the ball travels in a straight line, but to the person on the spinning merry-go-round, the ball appears, and I stress that word very strongly, appears to be turning. But in actuality, the ball is traveling in a straight line. Do we agree on this terminology?
Yes. What about that is illusion?
Everybody?
I wouldn't agree that that's what Coriolis is. That's an example of Coriolis, but that's like the simplest example of Coriolis. And the way you're phrasing it might make sense for this example because it's very simple. But once you're talking about something like the Foucault's pendulum, where if you're not at the poles of the Earth, there's no frame of reference when where the pendulum is not processing.
Now you're changing the ball game. You're changing the whole ball game. Now you're going on a rotating Earth. This is what you're doing. You're assuming.
Why am I doing that?
What do you mean? Why are you doing that? That's exactly what you just did. You went from a ball.
I am doing that, but
to
why?
A pendulum.
Why am I doing that?
Well, what are you doing? Why are you going to a pendulum? We're talking about a ball. We're talking about we tried to explain what it is. Two guys agreed. Extremistes and Ruhef agreed. You disagreed, and the reason is your pendulum.
No, we agree it's an example of Coriolis.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
If you wanna pick this example as to what Coriolis is, and everything that applies to this example has to apply to all examples of Coriolis, that's where the mistake is. That's what's going on. Because if you say it's a visual thing, it actually only makes sense to be a visual thing. In this example of the merry-go-round, there are plenty of other examples in which it doesn't make sense to say it's a visual thing. But if you only understand Coriolis as a single example, then you're gonna be arguing this forever. It's just not true because it doesn't apply to other examples.
You haven't, as far as I'm concerned, all you're saying is nah. You agreed to my terminology. Do you agree that it's a visual effect, but not in all cases? You're saying that's your argument.
The distinction you're trying to make, SE, is it's an illusion. It's not really happening, right? But you agree that there is actually a deviation between the ball and the merry-go-round, like they do move apart.
Well, the merry-go-round is turning, right?
Right.
Okay, and the ball, when you throw it, is traveling in a straight line, right?
From an inertial frame, yes.
Okay, and the person on the non-inertial reference frame, he sees that ball appearing to curve, right?
Yes.
So we're in agreement. What's the problem?
Right.
It's a visual effect. The ball is not actually curving. It just appears from the non-inertial reference frame. Simple.
Right, but
right?
They are deviating away from each other, right? It's not a purely visual effect. They are moving apart.
The question is not whether they're moving apart or not. The question is the ball traveling in a straight line or not?
In the inertial frame, yes.
Okay. And how about in the non-inertial reference frame? Is it still traveling in a straight line and appearing to be curving? or is it actually
it
curving?
curves in the rotating reference frame.
It actually curves.
In that reference frame, yes.
Yeah, using the word actually is kind of
So now we're gonna
ambiguous.
debate the word actually. How
Yeah,
about we
is it
debate the word
actually
green?
curving?
Because clearly, whenever you guys use the word actually, you're referring to the inertial frame. Clearly.
Clearly,
So when
you guys die at that point, bro. Come on, like, why do we have to say this every week over and over?
Just finish that. So if you say actually, and also say in the non-inertial frame, that can't work because you're contradicting in terms the way you're using yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm talking clearly, concisely, and I'm being right on point. It's you guys now that have to misrepresent the word actually. You have to go into fantasy.
What does it mean?
I'm staying in. Everybody here knows what actually means. Like, I'm actually gonna slap you, or I'm not gonna slap. I'm gonna pretend I'm gonna slap you. Do you know the difference between that?
What's the difference between saying the ball is curving in the rotating frame or the ball is actually curving in the rotating frame? What is the difference between those?
There's a big difference because we know in reality, everybody here listening knows that that ball is actually traveling in a straight
You
path.
use the word actually again, right?
That's right. I love
that. Just exemplify what I said, that whenever you use the word actually, you're actually just referring to the inertial frame. So it doesn't make sense whenever you say actually and then talk about the non-inertial frame.
Do you think this sophistry is getting you anywhere? Like, seriously, do you think
I would ask
that
that
the
to you,
people that are
SE.
listening right now, do you
I
think
would
they
ask
don't
that to
realize
you.
what you guys are doing? Like, seriously.
I would ask that to you, SE. You just seem to be playing word games.
No, I'm talking concise. The ball is traveling in a straight line, and it's not curving. It's
So what is the
actually, I
difference?
know you're going to get triggered, but it's actually traveling in a straight line. There's nothing that you can say, gentlemen, to change that.
Okay. What is the difference in saying the ball curves in the rotating reference frame and the ball actually curves in the rotating reference frame? What is the difference between those?
I'll tell you very calmly and concisely and to the point. People in reality know that that ball is actually not curving. It is actually traveling in a straight line.
All right. You're making our point for us. Yeah. Thanks, SE.
You're very welcome. If you think that made your point, well, we'll let the listeners be the judge.
I think if we replace reference frame to coordinate system, it might be easier to understand why you have to agree that it does curve in the rotating frame.
No, you'll never get me to agree on a fantasy. You can believe in the pink giraffe. Until I see the pink giraffe, I won't believe it. But hey, by all means, you're free to do so.
How is it a fantasy to say that a path on a frame of reference or on a coordinate system is a curved path? How is that a fantasy?
You can say
actually a curve.
Sure.
Is it actually a curved path in that coordinate system?
Okay, let me give an example. So let's say we have a rotating platform, and then we draw a grid for the coordinate system of that platform. So we have an x and y axis, and they cross right at the center of the platform where the platform is rotating. So that's the coordinate system on the platform. You have an x-axis, and you have an y-axis. If you roll a ball across the platform, a ball that is covered in ink, that ball is going to leave a trail of ink in the platform. That path that the ball is making on the platform is curved in that grid that you draw in the platform. Even though the ball went straight, the trail that it leaves in the rotating platform is a curve. So that path, if you look at the path of the ball within that grid system, it did form a curve. That's all we mean by
traveling straight. Was the ball traveling straight?
Yes, the ball's traveling straight.
Doesn't matter.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. Don't you guys get it? You can draw lines, graphs, put paint on it. It doesn't matter. The ball did not
Listen, my-
change the trajectory.
We're not saying
Put
that. We're
that
not saying
through.
that. We're not saying that.
Why are you talk? You have to talk through me, right? Because you know
I
I'm
wanted to say
right,
something
right?
like 4 times already. But go ahead, say a fifth time.
And you're gonna say for the 6th time what you're gonna say now, right? You're gonna put
No,
paint. You're gonna
just-
say it's turning, bro. There's nothing you can say to change the ball's trajectory.
I'm not saying the ball's trajectory is changing. The ball is making moving a straight line, but in the grid system of the platform, the path of the ball was curved. If you take note of the coordinates of the ball in that grid system, that doesn't form a straight line within that grid system, correct?
Yeah, because the grid is moving, not
Right.
because the ball is changing. Because the
Right,
grid is
so-
moving, right?
So relative to that grid, the path of the ball did form a curve, right?
Nope, negative. That
Oh,
ball
Yes.
still traveled in a straight
Not what I
line.
I didn't ask if the
Yeah,
ball
true.
traveled in a curve. I said that the path of the ball within that grid system still formed a curve within that grid system. It
Doesn't
did
matter
form a curve.
because the grid system was moving. That's
Sure,
why it formed that
reason-
curve. It
reason is
appeared.
separate.
Yeah.
But I'm not asking for the reason is separate from the fact that it did form a curve.
No, it's not separate. You're trying a sophistry out of it. It's not gonna work, bro. You could say what the grid could have did a Mexican tap dance. It could have done a Texas two-step, right? Could have went up and down. It could have showed a heartbeat graph. It doesn't matter, bro. The ball did not change its original path, which was a straight line.
No one's saying that.
Then you're saying nothing. Then you're saying nothing.
Just refusing to agree with the obvious.
No,
Saying
you're
nothing's gonna
refusing. You're trying to change the path of the ball by bringing me
Why?
water from 20 different wells. It ain't gonna work with me, bro.
By
It's
what?
it's not gonna work.
Drinking water from different wells?
So if
Yeah, you
I
never heard that expression?
I-
Oh, neither have I, by the way.
You never
I'm
heard
wrong.
bringing me water from 20 different wells or 100 different wells. You never heard that expression?
No. I have no
Okay.
idea what it means.
It means you're bringing me
Bringing
bullshit
water.
from different sides.
All right.
so if I'm on a merry, I roll a ball. Somebody on inertial and non-inertial reference. From both references, bowling ball will hit me.
You're
Both.
breaking up, by the way.
Everybody agrees.
Cutting
No,
off.
regardless of what.
You're
Cutting
breaking
off.
up, Higgs.
Sorry.
Forget it.
It's a dead argument, guys. There's no way around this. You just, it's like, forget about it.
I've
You
Googled
can't
that phrase.
change the path of the ball no matter what you do, no matter what you try. Everybody is going to see that you're just doing sophistry.
I've
That's
Googled
all
that
you're
phrase
doing.
and I get 0 hits, SE. What's the phrase again? Bringing me water from different wells.
Yeah, you never. I think it's a Mid-Eastern saying. Yeah, the stop. Like you're bringing me water from different, like 100 different wells, or I forget the exact quote. But it's basically you're just grasping at, you're just bringing different stories and hoping one of them is going to catch, but it just ain't going to work. Because I've heard all these stories before, bro. There's no way that you can prove your Coriolis. It's as simple as that. There's no Coriolis on Earth. End of story. You can't show it. You can't prove it. You guys can't even define it properly. Never mind show it.
Fun one.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Ruif.
Yeah.
At one point you said I should do something on the simulator. I said I would put on the list. I don't remember what it was. You remember what it was?
Or the least important list. Pointing at a star and naming the star. The cheat mode.
Oh my god.
I've got a
say
What a
question.
pussy.
I've got a question. If you're moving through the environment, is it possible to ever fire something from a moving object and have it be completely straight? What I mean is that
moving.
the
Rotating.
velocity conserved within the momentum that you're moving, is that ever possible to actually fire something straight, or will that thing you fire always have some of the movement involved with it?
Yeah, as soon as it leaves the barrel, it starts to go down. If that's your question. So that's an easy one.
Right, but can it even be straight left and right straight when you're throwing from a moving object?
Theoretically, if there's
Moving,
no wind,
yes.
I guess
Moving,
you
yes.
can.
Right, accelerating, no. If you've
But
got
look,
different
there's always
accelerations,
wind, right? So there's also the spin of the barrel. So like a perfect straight line, that's probably theoretically impossible.
Yeah, and I guess it would depend on how fast you're moving to, in terms of the variation it would cause on it.
It's always going to
Think about it. As soon as something leaves anything, right, it starts to drop right away, right? Anything.
Yeah, but we're just talking left to right,
yeah. It might have an initial because of the thrust, right? It might travel like for, I don't know, a few seconds or so, but then it's going to start going down. Yeah.
Give it a thrust upwards of 9.81 meters per second squared.
Uh-huh.
He's talking about horizontally.
Yeah. So if you're in a train, right, and you're going 100 miles an hour in some direction, and you shoot a gun out the side of the train, that bullet will have momentum in the direction of the train, right? But there's no, that's not Coriolis.
Yeah,
No one said that's Coriolis.
Isn't Geo talking about firing a gun when you're moving?
He's saying if theoretically, if anything can travel in a straight line, is what he said.
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to say it is or isn't Coriolis. I was just asking a general inquiry question. If you're moving through the environment, and is it ever possible to actually shoot something completely straight? Because you have that momentum of you moving that's being imparted into the thing that you're trying to shoot. So even if you have a gun with really good straight barrel and everything, etc., is it ever actually going to go straight through the environment?
Ignoring gravity, like you got atmosphere, gravity, Coriolis. So in reality, no.
I think he's saying like not gonna make it in left and right curve.
Well, I'm just saying this. If you're standing stationary on the earth and you shoot a gun or whatever it is, you're going to fire something straight, you're going to get the most straight possible that you can. I know there's all the factors, there's wind and all that stuff. I'm just saying in general. What I'm then saying, whatever straightness you can get on the ground with the best gun, the best equipment, whatever, or if you want to throw a ball, whatever technique you're using. I'm just saying, if you then have that same situation, but you're moving, now I know it would make a difference. You're moving 2 miles an hour versus 50 miles an hour makes a difference. But if you're moving, is it possible to have it be as straight as it would if you were stationary? Or does the fact that you're moving and then you're firing it from a moving thing, is that always going to impart some kind of a curved trajectory because you're moving?
Are we ignoring atmosphere?
For this, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Because this kind of brings in, like, if there is a universal reference frame that is just like, reality, as it were, like the base thing, and you are stationary on it, you can fire something straight. But if you then are moving on it, you won't be able to. So then it sort of does link back into Coriolis, because on the globe Earth, they're claiming that they're spinning on the globe and then they're shooting the bullet and it's deviating, from the position on the ground. But is that bullet even straight at all? Because you're on a moving ball. So is it even straight to begin with?
No.
It sounds like you're confusing motion with acceleration.
But by the way, there's something I realized I was wrong about with Coriolis, which is how you get the deviation. Let's say you shoot a bullet, you're at the equator and you shoot a bullet and it hits a wall at a certain latitude and north of you. So you shoot it straight north and there's a wall some miles away from you, and that the bullet hit the wall. I thought you all you needed was the speed of the equator and the speed of that wall, and the difference in
Gravity
speed,
as well. Yeah.
and the difference in speed and the time it takes for the bullet to get there should give you the deviation, but it actually doesn't work like that. It's less than that.
Yeah, that problem you gave me weeks ago, Bacon, I'm never going to do it.
Oh yeah, I realized because of that problem actually.
Yeah, fucking complicated.
How confident are you guys of this Coriolis as it pertains to Earth? Like, for example, a sniper firing a bullet, right, at 2 miles, you guys say there's a Coriolis thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
There would be a deviation. How much of a deviation would you, and then I have a follow-up question. How much of a deviation do you think?
How about you work it out, SE?
I can work that out. Just tell me how fast the bullet is.
2 miles? What's a sniper bullet? I don't know what the speed is. 2,000? We got some army guys here. Pipe up, guys. What's the speed? Let's say I have a 50 cal.
3,000 feet per second.
Okay, let's go with that. Seems a bit high, but okay, let's go with that.
I don't fucking know.
Okay, just give me a sec. Okay, well, where are we?
You're 2 miles. We're 2 miles out. We had a Canadian that did it over that, a Canadian sniper, but let's say 2 miles.
What was the speed of the bullet?
Let's go 2,500.
2,500 miles per hour?
Feet per second.
Feet per second.
What would you like it in units?
Miles per hour. Miles per hour, I think is good. Or kilometers per hour.
1,700 miles per hour.
1,700. That's like 1700, right?
Yeah.
1,700 miles per hour or 2,740 kilometers per hour.
Okay. Let me see.
So calculate the deviation from 2 miles.
Oh, I can't get from 2 miles. I can try to make the bullet.
Here's the other question.
2 miles.
What latitude are you on? Because that matters too.
Yes, I'm at the equator. Shooting north. Okay.
SC, are you open to the idea that there is this effect, but it's just not caused by Earth rotation?
It's at 2 miles?
No, Gio, no. There is no rotation.
No, I know. I'm saying, are you open to the possibility that there is a Coriolis effect, but it's not caused by Earth rotation, it's caused by something else?
No, because it would have to be an actual movement of.
Well, let's say like ether drift or ether flow.
Oh, that's different. Yeah, something like that. Like I'm not opposed to the idea that the ring laser picks up some sort of electromagnetic force, if that's what you mean. I'm not opposed to that.
Basically anything but curvature and rotation, it could be.
There's no rotation. There is definitely no rotation.
Definitely not rotation or curvature, definitely.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
It definitely is no rotation, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, see, that's another foul. That's just sort of like there's no substance in that. You're just trying to trigger someone and get someone.
Yeah. I gotta have some lunch.
Yeah, he knows that it's not going to work anymore.
Go feed the hounds.
Yeah. Hey, aren't you driving home? Haven't you just drove up home, Ruhif? Didn't you just?
Well, see, he tried to drop a foul, and then it didn't work, and he said, "All right, I'm out of here."
Yep.
Okay, so
because the thing that I was bringing up, I mean, he was trying to say, anything but to try to claim that someone's a zealot for their position. He was trying to do that tactic thing, but the reason I brought it up is to say that, somewhat like the pendulum, the bullets, all of these factors. There's like three main categories. One, it's just not happening at all, so that's just out. But if it is happening, it then branches off to two categories. The one they're saying, that's the Earth rotation, or another option, in terms of the magnetic field. There's many potentials in terms of something within the medium.
Yeah, but either way, agreed. But either way, it would have to be shown, right? If there's a deviation, we would have to see it. There's no two ways about it.
the rounding of my simulation didn't pick up the deviation from 2 miles, so it's probably very small.
No deviation at 2 miles. So all the
Not that
sniper
my
talk that you
simulation.
guys talk. So when you guys say that a sniper has to put in the Coriolis, that's unnecessary according to your calculation now.
I don't know. I'm saying it's my simulation isn't picking it up. But if you take if you look up the record for like longest shot, they said they didn't take into account Coriolis because the deviation they get from wind was so much greater that it didn't make any sense to try to correct for Coriolis.
That's what they always say, bro. Something that it just can't be detected. But trust us, it's there.
That's not what always said. I mean, there's a video of a guy showing the Otvos effect at least, which is Coriolis too. I think battleships have to take that into account
I
because
mean,
they should much better.
who is it? Somebody always posts the. I think it is somebody. Forgot who it was. Always posts the military doing the 40-mile-an-hour, ballistic launches or shots from like cruisers, and they have to account. I mean, it's like, I don't know, 500 feet, something like that, over 40 miles.
Yeah, that's just hearsay, bro. I mean, there's nothing that you can show
in the actual manual. I mean, I don't know if that's hearsay. It's in the manual. He shows the manual that says that. Zanuck. I think Zanuck says that.
Now you're saying it's only after 40 miles that we can see the Coriolis. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's amplified enough. I mean, you can see it. They will talk about it on, 1 mile, 2,000-yard shots, but it's 6 inches, 8 inches. I mean, it's not that much. Wind will blow it more than 8 inches. And if Coriolis is 8 inches and the wind blows it more, 2 feet, Coriolis kind of is not as relevant as it would be.
How convenient. Yeah.
Well, it's not that it's convenient. You're bringing up examples, bad examples. It doesn't mean good examples aren't available.
But you guys always bring this up. You guys always bring up the bullet. Now when we're trying to get down to the nitty gritty, so we can calculate how far and this and that. Now you're telling me it's negligible. That you can't pick it up. So we got a planet. Let's say you're facing the equator, and you shoot towards the equator, right? You got an object moving at 1,000 miles an hour. That bullet is in the air like a few seconds, right? Count to 3 and look at something traveling at 1,000 miles an hour. 1 watermelon, 2 watermelon, 3 watermelon. You know what distance that thing would have traveled?
Who counts saying watermelon, dude? And that's not how it works, buddy. It's not that speed. It's the speed difference. It's not the speed. It's the speed difference. So if you want to count something, you got to count and apply the speed difference. The speed difference is very small, especially at the equator.
Let me guess, undetectable, right?
No, it's detectable. And like Bacon just said, there's good examples and there's bad examples. There's examples where it's shadowed by bigger effects, and there's examples where it's obviously evident. And I'll bring something up that's visible, but it's going to get ignored. But the ISS is a perfect example of something that is absolutely affected by Coriolis. And if you simply tracked its path using a great circle route and only applied Coriolis, you would get the exact path of the ISS. So you could use that to predict where the ISS is going to be, in an hour from now, just by using Coriolis and making the great circle route. So
right. I was waiting. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I'm just saying that's a perfect example of something that you could use to verify that it has an actual effect that's happening.
So let's get this straight. You took me from a merry-go-round, a ball, and you took me to outer space with the ISS, and somehow you think you made a point there.
Forget the ISS in outer space. Forget that the ISS has astronauts on it. Forget that NASA put the ISS in space. Forget any of that stuff. Use only the facts that the ISS is visible. The ISS can be seen here, and it can be seen where it is in an hour. And also taking what I just claimed. I claim that the prediction of where it's going to be in an hour is based on it traveling a great circle route and applied Coriolis. So you don't have to worry about the fact that it's in space. You can pretend it's a balloon. Okay, that doesn't matter. I'm telling you the path of this object, whether it's a balloon or a fly. This is where it's going to be in an hour. It's Coriolis plus the great circle route.
And somehow you think that's analogous to throwing a ball and the ball traveling in a straight line, but it appearing to curve. Somehow you pointing to a light in the sky, the ISS, somehow you think that's analogous, and you made a point.
It's not analogous.
Not that it's analogous. You're just quoting the simplest example of Coriolis. It doesn't mean all examples have to be analogous to that one. Coriolis doesn't mean...
I like to keep it simple. I mean, you guys want to complicate things.
You want to keep it wrong.
You're all about.
Coriolis doesn't mean throwing balls in merry-go-rounds. That's not what Coriolis means. Yes, that is an example. It's the most obvious example of Coriolis. That's not what Coriolis means.
Well, that is actually what I mean. Originally, the dude, I forget his first name, but whatever, Coriolis, that's named after a guy. And he was actually working with mechanical systems. So it actually would be something, I mean, not necessarily a merry-go-round, but various mechanical systems, and then the deviation between these little models and devices that he was working on in terms of physics. So it actually had nothing to do with the Earth originally. Later, it was applied, and they took it and then now they made up a thing, Earth-based Coriolis. But originally, that actually is what it is. It's based on.
You guys, there's such a thing as a Coriolis meter, right?
Wait a second.
You realize that, right?
I wasn't saying the Coriolis is related to the Earth. I mean, I'm just going for what it means, what the Coriolis effect means, regardless on how it was figured out or who defined it. I mean, it's what it means. It's not related to the Earth. It's just anything that's rotating. If you use that as a reference frame, you end up with.
So you're going to relate it differently and explain it differently than Coriolis do. What Gio just said. You're going to make up your own definition.
No.
Is that what you're saying, Bacon?
I'm going with the definition you find when you ask for the definition of Coriolis. It's the force you get from rotating reference frames.
Didn't we agree what the Coriolis was in the beginning? And the only one that disagreed was...
We didn't agree that... No one agreed that was what Coriolis is. We agreed that that's an example of Coriolis. That's not the same thing. An example doesn't define something. It's just an example.
Okay, tell us what you think the Coriolis is then. The Coriolis effect.
Yeah. So it's an effect that shows up in rotating reference frames. When you have something moving in a rotating reference frame.
As it pertains to the Earth? Is that what the Coriolis is?
Whatever rotating reference frame. It doesn't have to be Earth. Anything. Any rotating reference frame. If you move something on the rotating reference frame, you're going to have a Coriolis effect.
You know that there's such a thing that is called a Coriolis meter?
No. It is. If Coriolis isn't real.
One for you. Hold on.
Yeah, if Coriolis isn't real and it's this fake force that doesn't exist, why does something exist to make use of it or to calculate it or whatever, to figure it out?
Well, because like I said, originally, by the way, his name was Gaspard Gustave. I might not be pronouncing that right. Gaspard Gustave de Coriolis. Anyways, well, because, if you read that page, it's just the wiki on him. And it talks about how he originally was working with mechanical systems and the kinetic energy and how that relates to mechanical work. So he was working on, on machines, little machines. And so that's where it originally came from. The word Coriolis force was not brought in until into the, after his death, far after his death. And then now they're relating it to the Earth and then claiming that the Earth has this thing. So what I'm saying is that if you have two mechanical systems and you have a ball that's being transferred between them or whatever, you can have, the variation, the deviation of those two reference frames and those two machines, etc. But then what they've done with the Earth thing is they've taken that and been like, hey, this is happening on this huge Earth thing. And then they've calling it Coriolis force and then have applied it to the Earth. And then there's the question, okay, well, is it even actually happening on the Earth? Or have they just taken a concept that works in machines and just theoretically applying it to the Earth?
the obvious, I mean, everybody keeps talking about merry-go-round, ISS, the Earth. The obvious demonstration of this is the Foucault pendulum.
Look at
Obviously.
the live stream text one, gentlemen. Remember who posted this and who showed you this first.
Coriolis
caller?
meter.
This is a Coriolis meter, correct?
Yep. Explain how it works.
It measures the flow of gas or liquids.
Okay, what's
Simple.
the point of posting this?
What is the point? What do you mean, what is the point? The point is, you guys
has
didn't
Coriolis
know
in the name.
what Coriolis meter was, and I just posted one for you guys to see.
Right.
That's the
So
point.
why post something why would there be such a device for something that doesn't really exist?
Who said that, man? I just
You did. You said it's an illusion.
You
You
guys
said
are like
Coriolis is an illusion.
totally unbelievable. Like it's like talking with children, like literally.
You said
Like
it's
my
not real.
5-year-old
Did
niece.
you not say it's not real? I swear you said it's not real.
Oh my God!
Did he not say, Gio,
You're
did he
really
not say
comfortable.
Coriolis is not real? It's an illusion. It's an apparent thing.
I said, as it pertains to the Earth. You see, look at them. He debunked himself
Oh, you
again. Look,
specifically
that's
said it's an
all these-
illusion
and I
on a
knew
merry-go-round.
I knew this was going to happen. That's all they have. Just naysay. I showed them
Nancy.
something which they
Nancy.
never seen before, and they're
Nancy,
saying
I've
that
seen this before. I've seen this before.
it's
That's why I asked you.
unbelievable. You guys are like.
Well, let's stick to it, dude. He's saying that you're claiming this is an illusion, and you're posting this as evidence of what?
No, these are two things. I'm showing you guys that Coriolis, as Gio was telling you, is a mechanical thing. And I'm just showing you now that
Visual thing?
not only is it mechanical, that there's a meter that's called the Coriolis meter, and it measures the flow of liquids and gases. That's what I just showed you, and you guys are freaking out over it. I understand.
What's the point
I
of showing us
understand.
this, man? Yeah, Gio's showing us how it works. This is how it works. It's really not relevant.
Oh, it's not relevant. What's not relevant? The fact that you had no clue about this?
No,
Whenever
you posted it, when you posted it, I told you what it was.
Gio had to school you guys that there is an actual Coriolis
when you posted it, I told you what it was.
Why are you talking through me, Kosho?
Because you said I don't know what it was. I told you what it was when you posted it.
You had no clue, none of you.
Then why did I tell you what it was when you posted it, dude? Why you being an
Anyways,
asshole?
that's not the point. We're not going to do this.
Well,
The fact of the matter is, you didn't know what a Coriolis meter was. Now you know, and now you know that Coriolis force is an actual mechanical force, exactly as Gio showed you. Now, what we're talking about is when we talk about the Coriolis as it pertains to the Earth, that is a visual thing. That is one rotating frame. When you throw the ball travels straight, but it appears because you're rotating. It's not an actual force. You understand that? What Gio just posted and what I just showed you, that's a real Coriolis flow. A gas is actually flowing through a pipe being measured.
Isn't this meant to measure the mass of the fluid? I mean, what's the relevance to the conversation?
What's the relevance?
Nobody knows.
I just
Nobody
for a
knows.
minute. You didn't hear a word I just said now. None of
That's
it.
true. Yeah. So
I know.
it didn't sound like you were answering that question, were you?
Sorry?
So what
don't
I got, I'm going to kind of repeat what I just heard. This Coriolis meter measures an actual mechanical force, but Coriolis, as it relates to Earth, is only an apparent force.
Now you're tracking. Exactly.
What? Okay.
That is
Do you
the
see the
stupidest
difference
fucking
there?
thing I've ever heard in my life.
Of course, extremists. I wouldn't expect anything less from you.
What's the point of having... So you're saying that this device measures an actual mechanical force, even though Coriolis, as it relates to Earth, is only a visual effect?
Once again, you got it spot on, bro.
But
did it
why
right.
would you need
I'm
something
impressed.
to measure an actual force if it's only an apparent visual effect?
You're still not getting it, are you?
I repeated your words.
Beautiful.
They don't make sense.
I'm not gonna say
That's
it
why
again,
I don't
bro.
get it.
If you don't, well, that's your problem.
Yeah, see, I didn't.
That's simply your problem, bro.
I'm sorry I called you. I'm sorry I implied that you were being an asshole. Even though I think it's true. I just I when you posted the picture, I identified what it was. It just annoyed me that you kept telling me that you were telling us what it is.
Well, I asked
I'm
before.
telling you that I know what it is. I'm telling you that I know what it is.
No,
I know what it is, and I know that it's not relevant here.
Well, Essie, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you agree? Okay. Do you think the pendulum precesses?
The pendulum, I've seen, it does process, but never in the same fashion. In other words, if you do it like 5 times, you're going to get 5 different results. I've never seen, like, in other words, if you put 2 pendulums next to each other, I'll bet anybody here $100 that it's not going to make the same motion. One right next to each other. Anybody take me up on that bet?
Well, I guess my next question was going to be, because that takes out. So I kind of think what you guys were talking about are like, so with Coriolis, there could be like, there's like variations within it, you know, in terms of like if you're doing the throwing a ball thing on a rotating thing and then you're throwing the ball, then the other dude is seeing it another way. There is like a visual, you know, first person versus third person reference frame kind of component with that. Whereas if you're talking about like something like a pendulum or this Coriolis meter that has more of like a direct mechanical result, you know, like a direct mechanical reading within
Yeah,
one.
it's actual contact. It's an actual thing, actual making a contact, actually swirling, and actually being measured. Whereas this is simply just a visual thing. They claim the Earth spins, right? So there has to be deviation. There's no way around it, Gio.
I still don't understand.
Yeah, I know.
Why.
No, just keep quiet,
Hold on.
bro.
You didn't even let me finish
Quiet.
my statement. Why does a device that measures actual mechanical deviation exist when the deviation, as it applies to Earth, is only visual? Why does something exist that measures something real exist if what it's trying to measure is only apparent?
Yeah, I'm going to try this for the 5th time, okay? I'm going to try this for the 5th time now. The Coriolis meter actually measures gas or liquid passing through a tube, a pipe. Did you understand the words that came out of my mouth, Extremis?
Do you hear Extremis' question, though?
I didn't ask you, Kosho.
I know, but
I asked Extremis.
It's not an answer.
Please don't talk, Kosho. Please don't talk.
But you're saying it passes through the tube. What is it doing as it passes? It's not just flowing, like it's not a faucet. You don't just turn it on and turn it off. It's actually doing something in the tube.
Yeah, it's swirling around in the tube, and the meter is reading it. It's an actual movement. Sorry?
Why is it swirling around? Is the question. Why is there why is an apparent? Hold on, I'm going to ask the question again. Why is an apparent force have an actual effect on the liquid in the tube?
Bro, you don't have any critical thinking at all. Like, seriously, you don't understand that there's an actual movement of a liquid or a gas?
Again, it's not just flowing, it's rotating. Okay, it's not just flowing in a straight line like you turn a faucet on and off. It's measuring.
Sorry. Well, the video I just posted shows like the kind of how it works. It's like whether the two tubes are in phase or out of phase with like the sine waves, and then it.
Right. So there's a difference in the sine wave based on Coriolis. So my question is,
see how we jumped on that? The sine wave, you never heard of that before.
There's a change.
See how we jumped on that? Right, the sine wave.
Whatever the change is in this device, there is a change in this liquid based on Coriolis. Now my question is, why is there a change based on Coriolis if Coriolis is only an apparent force and not an actual force? Why does it cause a real measurable change if it's only an apparent force?
Guys, is it me or is this guy retarded? Like, I'm sorry, I explained it to him 5 times. Is it me, really, or is it him? Who is
I
it?
don't know. I mean, either choose to respond or just.
Okay, let's get
I'm
another.
gonna do it for the 6th time.
Well, I'm just saying either
now.
choose to respond or just pass on responding. I mean,
Okay, I'm gonna respond for the 6th time.
Do a different response though, man.
No,
Try
I'm
to
not
listen to
gonna
his
do
answer.
it different. I'm gonna respond the
He
proper
doesn't need you to say the same
response.
thing again.
So let's
You know
ask
what,
another
man?
person. Gio, hold on. Gio, does this make sense to you that there is a real force caused by Coriolis that this thing measures, and it makes a change to this liquid in this meter, but it's supposedly only an apparent force? Somehow this apparent force causes an actual change. Does that make sense to you, Gio?
Well, I think
it's not an apparent force.
How many times did you use that
for
term?
the 7th time? Try not to interrupt me if you can. I know you're triggered.
Okay, go ahead.
I know it's 4 of you now. 4 of you still don't get it. I'm gonna say it for the 6th time. It's not an apparent force, extremesis. The gases and the liquids are actually causing a force which is being registered in a meter. Do you understand that, extremesis?
But okay, so what is causing that? You're saying it's the gases causing it and not Coriolis?
I disengage with this guy. He's just too stupid to understand anything. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, I'll respond. I mean, I guess the only way I can make sense of this is that I think we're talking about maybe slightly different things. Now, just using the word Coriolis might not be just as a blanket term as if these are the same things. This is the first time I've looked into this Coriolis flow meter thing, but yeah, it does look like they're firing liquid through these tubes and they're getting these phase rates, and then they're different. Like there's a phase shift between the different sine waves, and so that there is actually something physical happening there. Whether you want to call it a force, whatever it may be. But if you're on a merry-go-round and like the one Jeremy's brought up and so on, but if you're in a merry-go-round and you're throwing balls and there's a little ant on the ground or a dude on the ground that's seeing a ball curve, doesn't that seem to you guys like a different thing than isn't that different because it's curving due to one reference frame but not due to the other? It doesn't that seem different? Like there's not
a
like
5-year-old would understand that. Absolutely. Yeah. But not extremesis. He wants to know why. Why does the water flowing in the meter cause the meter to move? Why? Like, for Christ's sakes, man.
Listen, man. Listen. Ho, ho, ho. Listen. Why were we going to be impressive people, dude?
Now everyone's making fun of each other. It's just
man.
Yeah, it's no good like this because that's what they do. That's what they do. That's where
Dude, you were just doing it to extremists, you asshole. That's always doing it to you.
Well, I think he was just asking for clarification because I think originally you were saying that the Coriolis
that was funny.
When it comes to the Earth throwing the ball or whatever, you were saying that is only a visual effect, and then he is just seeing a contradiction because in this Coriolis flow meter thing, it's obviously not visual; it's very physical. So I think he was just asking you to clarify what you mean by the throwing the ball one is only visual, and we call it Coriolis, but this Coriolis flow meter thing is physical, and we also call that Coriolis. I think he maybe was just asking for clarification. I don't think he was trying to attack you necessarily.
No,
but that's the very reason why I posted it, and I tried to explain to him. One is physical and one is visual. That's the reason why I posted the Coriolis meter. But extremis is just no matter what I say, he's going to go against it. That's the way they are.
You're good. You're a good guy too, man. Extremis
well, they had to bring you in for reinforcements.
No, they don't.
Oh,
Extremis is making a really good point.
Did they DM you?
No, he's making a really good point, man. It's just you're not responding to it, and I think Gio was trying to elucidate what that thing is. But I mean, either Coriolis is a real effect, or it's only a visual effect.
You
so
see, again,
you got to decide. You have to decide. Essie, you have to decide which one you're arguing that it is.
No, you're not gonna muddy the waters, bro. I showed you two distinct things. One, a real Coriolis meter, a real Coriolis force, and the other one as pertain to Earth, as pertain to a rotating reference frame, an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame. I explained it. I mean, simple enough for a 6-year-old to understand. If you
Right.
guys can't understand the difference,
I do
that's
understand
on
now.
you, bro, not on me.
I do understand now.
Gio
You
just
don't-
explained
I
it to you.
understand. You don't understand Coriolis because
Amen.
it's every single time it's the different frames. That's what Coriolis is. So it is pertaining to two different frames. It is pertaining to the rotating frame, right, as viewed from that frame. So it's always that. It's never not something. It's never a different visual effect and sometimes an actual effect. It's always that.
Exactly. So show it on Earth. Show this.
Your Coriolis
Now,
meter.
I was waiting for you to say this. Don't interrupt me, Extremis. If you say that it's an actual effect, right, then we can have a meter. We can take this meter, right, because you say it always works, right, and then we can show the effect of the swirling gas on your Earth, right? Kosho, can we do that? Extremis? Ruhiv? What do you think?
You should be able to use the Coriolis flow meter to detect the Earth's rotation.
See, I don't know if these are the same thing.
That's what he just said. He said it's the same thing, right? Right, Kosho?
See, I'm not sure they are the same thing, dude. That's the
Of course they're not. They're just sophistrying it, bro. They're trying to get me upset. 3 didn't work. They brought in Kosho, but it's not going to work, guys. Whatever you say, you're never going to
sound
change
pretty
the
upset right now.
trajectory of a ball. The ball is always traveling in a straight line. You're never going to change that, ever.
What are you talking about? The ball. I told you the ISS is a perfect example.
I don't care about your ISS.
I know you don't. That means that you are just ignoring things, Jesse.
No, it
Because the
means I
ISS
got you. It
Yeah,
means I
but-
got you by the short hairs, and you want to go in space.
I don't have
now.
any short
That's what it
hairs.
means.
You guys, can we just pull it out of all the personal battering and can we just stick to the information? It'd be way more interesting that way. Because this is actually
It's hard with 4 guys, attacking. But I'll try my best.
I know, because someone does like a subtle underhanded attack and then it just bubbles in the other person, and they end up. Because anytime it's like you don't understand this or you're a this and that, anyway,
Right.
so what is the actual? Yeah, I mean, this is interesting. Definitely,
no,
like
I think I understand it, SE. You're saying there's 2 different Coriolis.
Negative.
well, there might be.
Oh,
Let me
geez.
just read this. Hold on, let me read this. There may be okay, let me just read this. This is from that Wikipedia page. It says Coriolis' papers do not deal with the atmosphere or even the rotation of the Earth, but with the transfer of energy in rotating systems like water wheels. Coriolis discussed the supplementary forces that are detected in a rotating frame of reference, and he divided these forces into 2 categories. The second category contained the force that would eventually bear his name. A detailed discussion may be found in Dugas, which looks like a reference. So there may be, that's what I'm saying. We may be talking about slightly different components, like the way the Coriolis meter thing works, and this idea of throwing balls on merry-go-rounds may actually be in different categories of even his work, because they do seem like
Because they hijacked it, Gio. That's what I'm trying to show. I'm trying to show the actual Coriolis of this man that actually showed water flow and gas flow, as to this visual thing that it's all in their head. This is exactly why I brought this out, to show exactly what you just said.
All right, then are you suggesting that the throwing the ball and merry-go-rounds is not even Coriolis at all? It's not even related to his work at all?
No, it's showing that if something rotates, right? And something is in a non-inertial reference frame, it just appears. It's not actually. In other words, the rotating frame is not. It's not having any effect on that. And just like Earth, when you throw something on Earth, right? There's no effect on it. It's not getting affected. They say that the gas travels with the Earth, right? Their thing. So that throws that out the window.
What about the hurricanes?
What about the hurricanes? Well,
Yeah, so that's what I asked.
Is it Jeremy's
what
argument?
about the hurricanes?
Jeremy's argument. Never mind. I'm not supposed to be making fun of people anymore.
I think Jeremy.
You have no argument, guys. Seriously, man. You have no
About
argument.
the hurricanes. The hurricanes are part of the atmosphere, correct? The hurricanes are a part of the atmosphere that specifically are identifiably affected by Coriolis, right? Like they rotate in the direction as Coriolis would suggest they would. They do this consistently with very few anomalies, and they're part of the atmosphere. So
you can't have it both ways, Posho. You can't have a rotating Earth causing deviation under cannonballs, causing deviation under bullets, and then saying, "Well, it's not there; it's not detectable."
when
You
did I
can't
say
have
that?
it both
When
ways,
did I
bro.
say that?
You either
I
have.
never said the second part.
So show me some
I just gave
deviation.
you an example. I gave you two. I gave you the ISS. I gave you
No,
hurricanes.
no, don't
I'll
go
give you
into
more. I'll give you more.
space. That's nonsense. Show me here on Earth deviation due to Coriolis, due to a rotating platform. Go for
Okay,
it.
here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get a sharpshooter. I apologize in advance. I'm gonna get a sharpshooter to aim a fucking sniper rifle 2 inches from your forehead. Okay, he's the best shooter in the world.
All right, don't
Okay?
just
If you
say
trust,
an
See,
imaginary.
they can't because they know they're done.
Yeah, don't build a thing that you're shooting a gun at SE. Okay, you're shooting it at a pumpkin. Okay,
Some random Canadian.
no humans. No humans
but
are harmed.
if you trust if you trust Coriolis that is not a real thing, you would trust this guy's gonna miss your head. But I won't do your head. I don't want you to get shot. Or I hope you live to be an old man. Okay, but I'm
Look,
just
I'm
saying.
sorry you guys are triggered. It's 4 against 1. I mean, I know it's not fair, you know.
Well,
Sorry.
technically, Geo's on your side.
Well, maybe two, because Geo is helping out a bit.
3 of us, so.
Well, there is a lot of tension around this because I mean I'm just reading here on this Wikipedia page. Like there is all this history, well at least that they claim. It says in 1674, this guy's name, which I don't want to pronounce, nor do I want to pronounce his whole book that he wrote. Anyways, Claude Francois Millet Deschales. Anyways, the rotation of the Earth should cause. Okay, he claimed in 1674 the rotation of the Earth should cause a deflection in the trajectories of both falling bodies and projectiles aimed towards one of the planet's poles. Riccoli, Giramaldi, and Deschales all describe the effect as part of an argument against the heliocentric system of Copernicus. In other words, they argue that the Earth's rotation should create the effect, and so failure to detect the effect was evidence of an immobile Earth. So I'm just saying, it's like there is a reason why there's so much, because they have taken this Coriolis thing and applied it to the Earth and then linked a proof to the Earth. So I think that's what SE might be trying to hint at, is that there's been a hijacking involved with this.
Yeah, that's exactly why I brought this out. I was waiting to bring this out. All these years in conversation, has anybody brought a Coriolis meter out? Have you ever heard that? Anybody brought that in a debate before? Of course, Kosho.
I have.
But besides Kosho.
I mean, you mentioned it before, yes. I mean, I looked at it not too long ago.
So besides hearing it from me, have you heard it before? I'm not trying to act big or anything. I'm just
why are you bringing it up?
Okay, fine, fair enough.
See, I'd like to know. See, there's these two categories that I'm reading that Coriolis apparently has. That okay, this says, Gaspar Gustave Coriolis published a paper in 1835 on the energy yield of machines with rotating parts such as water wheels. That paper considered the supplementary forces that are detected in a rotating frame of reference. Coriolis divided these supplementary forces into two categories. The second category contained a force that arises from the cross product of the angular velocity of a coordinate system and the projection of a particle's velocity into a plane perpendicular to the system's axes of rotation. I'm sure we all got that perfectly. Coriolis referred to this force as the compound centrifugal force due to its analogies with the centrifugal force already considered in Category 1. The effect was known in the earliest 20th century as acceleration of Coriolis, and by 1920 as Coriolis force.
Okay. And is there a point to all that?
The point is, you can't show deviation on Earth, and I've been asking you guys for 5 years. It's all talk.
Well, we gave you 3 different examples: the ISS, hurricanes, and something else. Bullets. Yeah.
Bullets that you say are not detectable. Hurricanes, I mean, yeah, right. Nice proof there. And the
You said
ISS.
it tomorrow.
The point of what
You
I
said
was
it
trying to, I mean,
shot.
I was trying to say that they're describing how like the Coriolis thing is in these two categories. I want to know what the first category is, but the second category is the one that we're referring to, and that's why they're calling it this compound centrifugal force. He's sort of saying like it's similar to centrifugal force, but it's not exactly. And that's kind of, I think, links back to what Essie was saying, that when you throw a ball from one rotating reference frame, it's not an actual force that's causing it. It is an observational, but it's not, it's observed from different reference frames. And that's why like they're linking it like it's similar to a centrifugal force from the other reference frame, although it doesn't actually have anything acting on it.
Well, no, it's similar to centrifugal force because they're both fictitious forces. But I guess I always say fictitious forces, in my definition, are actual forces. They're just not absolute forces, meaning they don't exist in every reference frame, but they are forces. And I know Bacon will say that there's a real acceleration, but not a real force. That's what Bacon was saying.
This is calling it a cross product of two vectors.
Tell you that.
Frankenstein. Frankenforce.
The thing is, SC, I'm not convinced that it doesn't happen. That's the thing. So, because if you have a stationary planar Earth and you have let's just call it a magnetic field. I won't even use the word ether if it upsets people. We'll just say a magnetic field within the medium. If that thing is rotating at, the sidereal rotation, 15 degrees an hour, et cetera, which is what they're saying the Earth is rotating, that magnetic field that I'm referring to could be causing all these things. It could cause the pendulum, even could be connected to Cavendish, all of these different factors. Now, whether a bullet really drifts or not is pretty tough to, you know what I mean? Like if it is that very subtle movement, to really nail that down. But I'm not convinced it doesn't happen. I mean, I don't think it's been proven that it doesn't happen. Are you saying it definitely doesn't, or you're just saying it's not Earth rotation? I mean, I don't feel like we've gotten to the bottom of this yet in terms of.
I hear where you're at, Joe. I hear you. Your thing is the pendulum, right? Okay, I get you. My thing is that that the pendulum, if you want to attribute it to the Coriolis, which would be the movement of the Earth, right? We got two problems with that. One, it's attached to the Earth, and number two, it should do that every single time it's released. And I've seen, and I'm sure no baller is going to argue with me on this, like they'll do it 5-6 times before they get the right thing. Like if you put 3 pendulums next to each other, I guarantee you, I'll bet anybody here $100. I'll donate it to your favorite charity. That they're not gonna do that trace that you think, Gio.
Wait, do what?
If we put 3 pendulums next to each other, and we let them go, you think they're gonna trace the same line out?
Okay. How much money are you gonna donate?
$100.
To my favorite charity?
Yep.
Okay.
Do it. Get 3 pendulums and do it, and yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
Coach, you would have to agree that we need more data for that. Like, for example, Coach, let's just say that you were able to be hired within a research group that was doing this research, and you now have a full-time job. You can travel the world. You have all the money you need to do this. Don't you agree that there would have to be thorough testing to really verify this, like different latitudes, different setups? Like SE's saying, do 4 of them all lined up next to each other, like all those factors to really delineate the actual effect outside of what may or may not be causing it.
Yes, well, based on only what you said, I would agree. Yes, I wouldn't just settle at just doing it once. I like the idea of doing multiple ones at the same location. I especially think that it's necessary to do multiple locations, multiple latitudes. Yes, multiple different setups. But as long as they're because the thing that people get upset about for some reason is that some people like me, when I did it, you have to do it multiple times. Like you set it up and then you have to make corrections for your setup. I think that should be allowed, because if you're getting some sort of errors and you're just trying to make corrections for those errors and then you're getting consistent results after that, that should be accepted. But what you suggested, I think, that's definitely necessary for an absolute like if you wanted an absolute conclusion. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So you agree that part is not solid, is not 100%.
No.
Now,
But it's
Gio,
ridiculous. It's ridiculous
if
you
it
said
did it
it's
every
four of them.
time, then I would say, wait a minute. Okay, I know it's not Earth, but it's got to be something else. Then I would look into magnetism, whatever, ether, flow, whatever, right? But knowing that it doesn't do it, I won't even go to the next step. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, and if it does, then that, I mean, that's the thing, Kosher. You're admitting that it's not, well, maybe you're not admitting, but you're agreeing that maybe this is not even fully hashed out. I mean, I know there's been the claims, and there's, I mean, we could talk about, you know, the ones in museums, and I'm not doubting that there is some effect going on, but in terms of, like, I don't know, it's like you guys are linking it to Earth rotation, even though it hasn't really been fully established with all of the factors that would be needed to even show that it's happening. And then we could get into the whole thing that it's begging the question, and you haven't actually isolated what's causing it, to then just jump to the idea that it's Earth rotation.
No, I
don't
do.
think
Go ahead, Bacon.
I don't think it's fair to call it a begging the question. Like, if you're trying to come up with what would happen if this hypothesis is true, that's not begging the question. That's just coming up with a prediction to test the hypothesis. It's sort of the opposite of begging the question. You're just testing if the implications of this hypothesis does happen.
And
Yeah, but that can quickly end up being begging the question. If Earth is a huge sphere rotating, I'm going to get this pendulum to do this. I get this pendulum to do this. Therefore, Earth is rotating.
no, then therefore
That's not
you
begging the
don't
question.
have to.
You're starting with the premise.
Yeah, but the premise isn't what leads to the conclusion. What leads to the conclusion is the experiment. If if you're reasoning alone, starting with that premise lead to that conclusion, that would be a circular reasoning. That would be begging the question. But if you're starting with that premise just to come up with a prediction, and then the prediction turns out to be correct, that isn't begging the question. You just tested your
Okay, I'll
hypothesis.
make a prediction.
Hold on,
I'll
I
make
see.
a prediction.
Hold on.
The reason, just give me 2 seconds, bro. The reason why the pendulum processes is because the stars move up on top.
That's interesting.
That's my prediction.
That's interesting. I'll have to ask you why you made that prediction in a second. But first, I would agree with what Bacon said, but I think the real problem with what Gio said was the conclusion. Like you said, I predict if, you know, the Earth's rotating, I'll get this precession at different latitudes. I get this precession at different latitudes. Therefore, the Earth's moving. Therefore, the Earth's moving is the only part that is not accurate. How we're like we're doing all those other steps, but we're not doing that last step where we're saying therefore the Earth's moving. You know, it's like the conclusion is more like therefore this is in line with the Earth moving. You know what I mean? So it's not like necessarily that
thing. Oh man,
I'm saying like, it's not necessarily the only evidence for the Earth moving. So it's like the proof that the Earth's moving or something like that. It's just saying that we expected this to be happening if the Earth was moving. This is happening, so we can follow. So we're comfortable with that, conclusion, right? It's not necessarily saying like therefore the Earth's proven to be moving. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, it's more of an affirming the consequent. It's more affirming the consequent than begging the question. Although it kind of those two are similar, but if you're trying to claim that this is, you don't use the word proof. It's
evidence
towards. Okay, the Earth rotating. Then it is that it has that issue.
But how is that an issue?
Well, because you haven't isolated that it is Earth rotation causing it. It's just like if I were to say, you know, everybody loves unicorns. If I was to say that, you know, unicorns, you know, when they flap their wings, they blow air that causes the pendulum to drift, and I make a prediction, and then pendulum drifts, therefore it's unicorns, or it's evidence towards unicorns.
No.
You know what I mean? Even though I haven't actually isolated that it is the unicorns causing it to happen.
We skipped a step because I know we just did like a bare bones, like we're doing a logical, you know, statement or whatever. But for a premise to be allowed, you know, to follow through with the experiment, it has to follow like the prediction has to follow from the premise. It has to actually make sense, right? You'd have to make sense that the conclusion would follow from the premise. You know what I mean?
It has to be derived from your hypothesis. Like you start with the hypothesis, and that has implications. So the implication has to be derived from the hypothesis. Otherwise, it's it's like just a post-diction because you already know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's a fallacy of the converse. Like if P then Q, Q therefore P. So if
Yeah, but
Earth
that's not a fallacy. That's a logical statement.
No.
Well, how about what I said?
That's valid. Yeah,
about-
if P then Q. Oh yeah, right. You're right. You're right.
Q, yeah, but then
That
Q
is a fallacy. Yeah.
therefore, yeah, it's a fallacy of the converse, affirming the consequent.
That's how we test things. Like if this hypothesis is true, I would expect X, Y, and Z. If you already expected X, Y, Z without having the hypothesis, I mean that
Right.
kind of doesn't tell you anything.
I have one.
But if,
Let me try one.
go ahead.
My hypothesis is this: because the stars move 15 degrees per hour, that causes the pendulum to process.
Why?
Because
Makes sense.
Because
now. Why?
because there's a force. There's a force emanating from the stars. You can't see it. You can't test it. Can't prove it, but it's there. I assure you.
Okay, shouldn't we test that first?
Okay, sure. Shouldn't we test the rotation first? That you assume?
No. We to test to see
No,
if
no,
this
no,
is
no,
really
no.
pendulum. Shouldn't we
Shouldn't we
test this
test
for
the
real thing?
rotation that you assume for this Coriolis?
Let me can I ask a question? So
Same thing.
Given your hypothesis, how do I predict the precession for where I live? How much precession should I expect to find given your hypothesis?
Well, I just came up with this theory. I'll work it out. I'll have the numbers for you tomorrow. I assure you.
Right. If you can get the numbers based on your hypothesis, then you have a point.
Well, if you use a magnetic field, like imagine for the moment a snow globe, just using that as an example, and you shake it up and all the snow things are floating around in there. If you then were to like make the water go in a vortex inside that snow globe. So you got a snow globe, you shake it up, all the little snowflakes are floating around, and then you have some little motor that makes the water, make a swirl. All of those little snowflakes in there, the sparkles or whatever, are going to flow in a vortex. So if the stars are making their rotation and there's some correlation between that rotation and the medium that we're in, then the pendulum could drift because of that magnetic field force connected to the stars.
But as he asked, how do you correlate to that to his ladder or where he's at? Basically, what he's asking is, how do you calculate that force? How do you quantify that force? That's the word I'm looking for. How do you quantify
The same way you
force?
do. You just bring it into existence. The same way you do.
Well,
I
would say,
we do.
If that field is like, if you have like an AE map that's like a dartboard going out from the center, and then you have all those latitudes and all the variation, then you then have a gradient going from the center to the equator and then beyond the equator. So if there's and the way that the stars are all like circling around Polaris, there's clearly like a gradient coming out from Polaris of all the stars. So if there's a gradient in the system, then this pendulum, the force, if you want to call it that, of the way the stars are moving could correlate with how far they are from Polaris, how wide the circles are, and therefore at different latitudes get that slightly different precession based on the gradient of the field.
Next question, gentlemen. You see how easy it is to come up with bullshit just like that?
Well, you just say what Gio said was bullshit.
Well, yeah, he just made it up. Like the reference was, and I was gonna say the same thing. Good one, Polaris. I said the stars are moving. This is my
You just said it was bullshit,
right?
dude.
Yeah, Gio was making stuff up there, weren't you, Gio?
Not necessarily, but I was laying out a possibility if you want to look at it that way.
Oh, okay, all right. I didn't want to put words in your mouth. Notice how they just picked up on that right away.
Well, he was asking. I mean, here's the thing about it. Let's just say for a moment that the pendulum does precess in correlation to the way that the sidereal rotation, and and the ring laser gyro, etc. Well, that's why they're correlating it to Earth rotation, because in their model, that's the effect of Earth rotation, the fact that the sidereal motion. So I was just saying,
was my point. Yeah.
Yes, if you just reverse it and say, okay, stationary Earth with the stars are still connected to it, and that's why you brought up, is there a force or it's connected? And then I just added to that, if there's a gradient, they were asking why would it be at different latitudes? I understand why it is in their globe model, they stick to that. But I was just saying, if there's a gradient within that magnetic field, then you could get a different precession based upon how far you are from the North Pole.
Yeah, you take an angle to Polaris and you relate it the same way they do. Exactly. Exactly. There you go, guys. Prove us wrong.
Prove Geo wrong, you mean?
No, Geo, I had part of it and Geo had the other part.
Oh, okay.
What, you're going to suck Geo's ass? Excuse my language, and you're going to go against me, right? You think we don't see this, bro? You're like an open book, bro.
Thank you.
If I was the server owner, you'd be kissing my ass and you'd be insulting Geo. We know your games, guys. Come on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry for diverting it, but go ahead, Bacon, sir.
Wasn't that easy?
I mean, there is
Address
an
the point we
interesting
made.
gradient. There is an interesting like gradient within the stars. You know, you look at Polaris at the North Pole, and you look at all those stars coming out. Like the inner stars going very tight, then they're going wider and wider. And if it is like a dartboard coming out from the center, the circles are getting wider and wider. And if the pendulum, I mean, I've yet to see the pendulum tested at all different latitudes and verified and validated, you know, fully. I don't think anyone really has that. So. But if let's just say it does do that and it's absolutely variable at all those latitudes, if we're not on a globe spinning, then that's just out of the question. That's not what it is. So then what is happening? That's the question. And it'd be interesting to see how we could actually validate or prove that. But to get a different precession at latitudes that are all coming out on a dartboard from the center would make sense, that you're dealing with like a different radius circle from the center. And then if you involve the magnetic field and the flux lines and toroidal fields and how that all matches in, it certainly could correlate.
That's such
absolutely. That's how they get their globe, their angles. It's all from Polaris. It's all reverse engineered. 1 degree, 60 nautical miles, 1 degree. That's all related to Polaris.
Yeah, what you're saying doesn't make sense, sir. I'm not going to get into it, but
that's a fact. What I just said. That's a fact.
It's not, but it's not fair to say. It's not fair what Gio just said either. Where you say like, let's pretend that this thing's not happening. The thing that we believe in, let's pretend that's not happening. How then would you explain it? And if we can't explain it, that's not that doesn't mean anything, because there's no evidence that thing's happening. Like if we can't explain something that doesn't have an explanation, you know, I don't know what we're supposed to do in that case.
Osho, 2 things here. First of all, you haven't proven that it happens all the time.
I'm not. Yeah.
Number 1. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, even if there is a precession, right? You claim that it's rotation of the Earth, and you asked for an alternative, and we gave you one. We can say it's because of the rotation of the stars, and neither one of us can prove it because you can't stop the rotation of the Earth.
How do the stars make
and we can't go to the stars to prove ours. So they're both just fanciful ideas.
But if I have a pendulum and I'm swinging a pendulum, how are the stars making it rotate? I don't understand that.
Well, what I would say is that we live within a field. It's a holistic field. The whole thing is interconnected. The stars, the sky, the ether, it's all a system. So there's an interconnected. Now, I know what you're saying, because let's just say if the pendulum's drifting, but we don't have any like physical way to validate that there is something correlated with the stars. So then what would it look like if it is that? What I'm saying, what would the proving look like to you? Would it be a device, a free energy device that you turn on and it says, "Oh, I'm detecting 15, I'm detecting the field." Like what would proving it look like if it is that what I'm saying? No answer. I'm saying, would it be a device? Is it a machine? Like what would it be?
They have no clue, and they cleverly brought us from an actual Coriolis meter, actual flow, and a ball, the example that we gave, a perfect example. Now we're talking about all this stuff away from the topic. Well done, guys.
Oh, what was the question directed to? Who's the question directed to?
All of you.
What I was saying is this. Okay, Bacon. Let's say that we take a pendulum at all different latitudes and we absolutely get it to precess at the exact different latitude, all the way going down, to the equator, and it doesn't precess at all. Then we go south of the equator and it starts precessing the other way. Let's just assume for a second that is all been validated and verified. I understand why you guys are saying, hey, it's because we're on a spinning globe. There's a lot of problems with it because you have to involve like the gravity force, which is sticking everything to the ball, but then there's this slight Coriolis variation, which is why the pendulum's drifting. Because we all know on a sphere without some gravity thing that you're referring to that's pulling everything to the center of the sphere, the pendulum would fly off the sphere. It wouldn't do anything, let alone do this very minor little precession. So you have to have this gravity force. It's mostly clinging everything to the sphere, but then there's this very slight difference, and for some reason it just happens to be this very slight difference that allows us to pick up this precession. Nonetheless, I understand why that has been pushed as this idea, and then some of you guys who are believing the Earth's a globe have clung to that. With that being said, if we're not on a globe that's rotating, then that's out. That's not what it is. So I was then talking about an idea because it does seem to be connected to the stars, magnetic field, ether drift, etc., as to why it's happening, meaning that there's a subtle drift or a ether wind, whatever you want to call it, that is connected to the stars, that's drifting over the Earth, as it were, through the medium, and then that's why the pendulum's precessing. My next thing to that is to say, if we were to prove that that's the case, the latter I just said, what would that look like as a proof? That's what I was saying. Would it be a device that just you turn it on and it says, yep, there it is, it's picking up the field? What would it do? Would you have to get a sample of it and put it in a jar? Like what would proving it be?
Yeah. So if all you can do is to connect something to the pattern that we already know and say that might be an explanation, if that's all you have, it's viable, it's possible, but that's not tell that's what it is. What would tell what it is so if you can get a prediction out of that, like okay, given this explanation, now there's some extra thing that we haven't tested yet that should happen if this is the explanation, right?
Like what?
I don't know. That depends on the hypothesis.
Something tangible. So give us something
for
tangible,
example,
not words.
How about this? Could we recreate it? Like build like maybe like a Faraday cage, and then build some kind of magnetic generator that would generate some kind of field. And if we could generate the same field, and then if we could control it, we could turn it up, turn it down. We could make in one latitude. We could make it precess this much. You could turn the dial; it precesses the other way. How about that? And then if you're generating it, you know what you're generating it with. Now you've isolated it, and you can cause the effect. How about that?
Well, if it's caused by something like an electromagnetic field, I think at least you have to measure that, right? So let's say you can make it precess using electromagnetic field. That doesn't imply that the precession that we have is due to electromagnetic field, unless the precession correlates to the electromagnetic field you're measuring the way you would expect. But I hardly see that being the case, because I don't think the precession of the pendulum is affected by what kind of material you're using. Like if you're using a ball of cement, or if you're using a ball of lead or a ball of iron, if you're getting the same precession from all of them, I don't think that could possibly be any electromagnetic field, because those different materials interact very differently with electromagnetic fields. So you'd have a different prediction for each one of them if it's caused by electromagnetic field, and that prediction wouldn't match reality, so that couldn't be the explanation. But if you have a prediction that could match the experimentation, then that would be evidence for that explanation.
Like what? Again, for the second time. Like what?
That's up to the hypothesis. If you think that's a viable hypothesis, and it's not something you're just it's not just words you're making up right now, then you can draw predictions from things that are well defined. For example,
okay, so draw a prediction based on what you think the Earth is doing, rotating at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
Yeah, it's the sign of the longitude. Sorry, the sign of the latitude should be the precession rate, the precession speed.
So you should be able to show this precession, right? You should be able to demonstrate it.
Yeah. I mean, I personally haven't done the Foucault's pendulum experiment, It's not the easiest one to do. I thought it was easier than it is. I tried once, but my pendulum would stop too quickly. I wouldn't be able to wait long enough to see any precession, and I also didn't have a very good way to measure the precession, but this like beyond just eyeballing it. So it's not very easy. It's not a very easy experiment to do.
Okay, thank you for being honest, but why? Why do you think that happened? Shouldn't it like right away worked?
What do you mean?
See, that's my point that I was trying to make before,
No,
and I wasn't willing to bet on it.
I had a prediction. If I managed to maybe swing by half an hour, I think you would. Let me see if I can get the number real quickly. Just give me one second.
Yeah, because it's one thing just to repeat what you heard and that, but I've looked at, you know what, guys, try. I just tried this before. Try on YouTube and type in multiple pendulums swinging. Surely there should be some test of this, right?
Listen to me. You have to understand something, SC. I'll do it. I will do it. But you have to understand something. To most people who aren't already decided, it's like if I didn't want to believe my wife was cheating on me, and I saw her leaving and hanging out with this dude, and I still don't want to believe it. Like, I'm going to keep finding reasons to not believe it. Okay, most people aren't like that, right? So most people, like me, they could do a Foucault's pendulum and see that it matches my latitude. Know that everybody else who does it matches their latitude, and that would be fine for me. No, there's nobody. There's not going to be a multitude of people out there who are doing Foucault's pendulum and also not believing the results, such that they're going to need to do multiple Foucault's pendulum next to each other to make sure that it's really in effect, right? So this is probably not going to be something that exists, even though I think that it's not a bad idea in this in the context of these conversations. I don't think that this is something that anyone's ever thought to do. Okay, does that make sense?
Why are you being so negative, Kocho? You
I'm
mean I'm the
negative?
only
It's
one that's
realistic.
thought of doing this?
No, I'm not saying
Can
you're.
I respond to that, Kocho?
Yes.
Can I just?
I don't think you can verify these pendulums. In fact, I'm pretty sure you can't.
What the hell does that mean? Go ahead, Bacon. Sorry.
Yeah, but
Like you have one in Russia, it's supposed to swivel this way, and you have one in the U.S., California, swivel this way. I don't see how. I've never seen anyone do that in my life. They basically spin it, and they act like it does what it's supposed to do, but there's no way you can verify it. Yeah. So what you're saying that people won't do, they haven't done.
Yeah, they just repeat the mantra. They repeat what they heard.
I'd just like to say that.
And then it's supposed to spin this way in Antarctica. Let me see one in Antarctica. And tell me what you expect it to do.
Okay, so the precession that I predicted for my location was 3.2 degrees after half an hour, if I could manage to get it swinging by half an hour. But after 5 minutes, the pendulum was already barely swinging. It would stop very quickly because my ceiling isn't that high, and the way I was using wasn't that heavy, so the pendulum doesn't swing for long. If it doesn't swing for long, you don't get it swinging long enough to see the precession. Or even if you do manage to get it swinging for half an hour, if it's swinging very little, you can't then measure the angle because you can barely see what's the plane of the pendulum.
So it doesn't work, Bacon.
Huh?
So it doesn't work.
What do you mean doesn't work? I mean,
your pendulum's not giving negative results.
The pendulum isn't swinging. It's not that it's not processing. It's not swinging because pendulum stops naturally. It has nothing to do with not having precession. It has nothing to do with whether or not Coriolis is going on. It has nothing to do with that. It just has to do with the fact that the pendulum has to swing for long enough, so you can get
Bacon, don't you think the pendulum is a very delicate instrument? And if the Earth is moving, it would swing by itself. You wouldn't have to push it. Don't you think that it would move by itself?
No, it wouldn't move by itself when it's already in.
If the Earth is really spinning and rotating and accelerating around the sun,
His point is that that he did in his garage or at home or whatever was not sensitive enough compared to one set up in an actual science exhibit, museum, whatever.
You know, the ones you think are swinging on their own, you know that they're being aided by, usually by magnets. You guys are aware of that? The ones that you probably saw online, like in museum.
Yeah, I've just spent the past couple days making a pendulum that will perpetually swing. Okay, and the precession of the pendulum has nothing to do with what's making it perpetually swing. Those are two different aspects of what's going on there. The precession is strictly the change from the axis that it's that it's swinging in, right?
You mean the rotation of the Earth underneath it, right?
Well, that's what's causing it, sure.
Okay.
But I'm just saying that the perpetual swinging and the magnet and all that has nothing to do with that.
You're sure of that, right?
I don't know, Coach.
Absolutely
I think
sure.
Well, all right. When they have these in museums, they do want them to work regularly, and they want them to so that everybody can point at it and go, "Woo, look at that! The Earth's rotating." It's like just one of the ways that they try to just press in the indoctrination. And they do have in certain museums, they do have ones that have like a magnet in the middle that can be adjusted to make sure that it's knocking the pins down in the way that they want it to knock down so that it works consistently. Meaning that I'm not saying that the pendulum doesn't precess and that it's all BS, but what I am saying is that when it's in like a place where people are paying $50 to get into some museum and they're going to walk around, they're going to see the thing, they want it to work consistently every time. And so there are ones that have like motors and magnets, and I've got the manuals for some of them. We've looked at it where you can, they literally tell you, like, if it's not, it says in the manual, if it's not knocking down the pins at the right rate, you can, do the adjustment. There's like, what do they call it? The set screw. There's like these little screw adjustments you can make within the magnet that will make sure that it knocks the pins down in order. Now, I'm not saying that means it's all fake. I'm just saying that for like display purposes, they do have ones that are a little bit of a toy. They're like a fake one, kind of, just to make it so that everybody can point and say, "Oh my God, look at that! I'm on a sphere."
Yeah. So, Kosho, you mean in the history of all the experiments of pendulums, nobody has said, let's put 2-3 of them together, see what happens? That no such thing exists? You're telling me, Kosho? From 16 whatever, when this
that sounds like
guy... No, but think about it.
You're not going to find it on YouTube.
Yeah, well,
have you've checked, I imagine?
No, but I can tell you will not find bunch of pendulums next to each other on YouTube.
Why not?
I've looked for pendulums on YouTube. They're actually not that many. I mean, there's some, but there's not a lot.
So your top proof of Coriolis, but somehow we can't find videos on this. Nobody has done it. Nobody has thought of doing it. There's very few. You haven't even looked. You sound like defeated before the battle.
I will say, I don't think any Globers have thought of putting 3 pendulums next to each other. No, I don't think anybody's thought of that on the Globe side.
Well, let me ask you this. Yeah. All right. Well, let me ask you this, Extremis. On a scale of 0 to 10, 10 would be the most verified. Like if you personally had, hold on for a second. Let me just add, if you had a research team, you have $100 million and you can absolutely test pendulums all around the earth. You can use different materials. You can set up 4 of them next to each other. You can go to different latitudes, etc. And you could do that. That would be like, let's say, a 10 out of 10. You've verified it. You've got film. You have documentation at every single latitude, at the equator, multiple, etc. And then a 1 would be there's about 3 or 4 videos on YouTube, etc. A 2, a 3 would be a couple more videos, etc. What do you think? Just in Kosho, and anyone else can answer this. Just being honest with it. What verification on 0 to 10 do you actually think exists in terms of the pendulums and how they, especially at the different latitudes as well?
If you're talking strictly videos, probably not that much. But if you're talking the actual documentation and the the results the experiment draw up and all those things, I mean, 9.5.
All right, so it sounds like maybe a 3 when it comes to actual video documentation, but you're going a 9.5 when it comes to word documentation.
Right. I was going to say a 5, but whatever.
3 was what I was going to say, but yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty weak, especially at at the equator, having multiple of them at the southern latitudes. It's pretty missing.
You can look up the list of pendulums. There's probably, I don't know if there was 500 in the world, maybe, that was on the list, at least, that I saw. And probably 400 of them are in the northern hemisphere. I don't remember that many being, I mean, like Ecuador would be a great place, but I don't really remember one being in Ecuador. I think the closest one that I saw on the list, at least, that was to the equator was maybe 3 or 4 degrees from the equator. There was not one on the list that I saw that was at 0 degrees on the equator. I mean, they were all at like universities and science museums and stuff on the list. And, you know, like I said, there was 400 or 500, and 4/5 of them were northern hemisphere. The rest were the southern hemisphere, and there wasn't any that were on the equator, so to speak.
Hey, Extremistes, I got a question for you. What do you call a stationary pendulum?
A plumb bob. Sorry.
You heard it before, huh? Yeah, exactly.
I didn't, but I mean, kind of obvious.
Did it drop? Did it ring any bells? Did anything drop?
I don't think so.
So you have a plumb bob that establishes horizontal. You swing it, and you call it a pendulum. But when it's stationary, right? How come it ain't swinging? How come it ain't moving? Why is it a device to find plumb? Vertical.
Net force is 0.
But your Earth is spinning, no? So
Yeah,
how is it possible if you have a spinning Earth that you have a stationary thing called a plumb?
Yeah, a spinning Earth introduces a force. So if the Earth was not spinning, and then started spinning, that would make plumb bobs start swinging, because that would introduce a force. But given that the Earth is constantly rotating, you always have that force. What that does then is to change what's the direction of plumb. So the plumb has a different direction because of that extra force, but it's not going to start swinging if it's already pointing towards that direction in which the net force is 0. That makes sense?
No, not really, no. A plumb bob is a plumb bob.
I agree. A plumb bob is a plumb bob.
If you swing it, it doesn't make it something else. Sorry.
Sure.
You're big, and if I swing you around, you don't become something else, right?
Correct.
Bacon turns into sausage, maybe? You swing around.
Scrambled eggs or sausage, yeah.
By the way, Bacon, when you selected your name, is it the food Bacon, or does it mean something else, like Francis Bacon?
It's how people call me in real life since the 7th grade.
Oh, okay. But does it mean the food? Because it is like a last name, like Francis Bacon or whatever. You know, that is a name as well.
Right. Well, since it's from 7th grade, I don't think the guy that started calling me Bacon knew about Francis Bacon. So I guess it's the food.
Yeah.
It's not a common name here, so probably just the food. Kevin Bacon. It's my uncle.
Like, I can't find one video with multiple pendulums swinging. I can't believe it.
Be the first one.
Anybody have any luck?
Be the first one.
We told you without searching that you would not find multiple pendulums sitting next to each other, because as I also said, no Glover has ever come up with the idea, you know what? Let's put two pendulums or more side by side just to make sure the Earth is actually rotating.
Dude,
No
that
Glover
would,
never come up with that idea.
that would be the first idea I would have if I come up with the conclusion thinking that I'm living on a spinning, tilted, wobbling ball, to just make sure that I might use two pendulums to make sure that it has the same outcome if the fact is true that the Earth is spinning. But for sure they didn't do that because they just don't think far enough.
So in the 400 years since what was his name, Gio? Jacques the pendulum. What was that guy's name?
Foucault pendulum.
Foucault.
There's science indicate that if you put like three pendulums swinging, they should all, let's say you push them at different rates, they should all eventually swing exactly the same after so long. Is that what science indicates?
They have to swing at exactly the same rate.
Like, what is this?
And
Well, that's
just
probably
the
why
fact that
you don't see it happen, because they're probably not reliable.
absolutely, or else it'd be like you're gonna tell me in 400 years I'm the only one that's thought of this.
Dude,
Seriously.
Literally, people make something start to move that is on a stupid string, and from there on, because it deflects and makes certain moves, they know that the Earth is somehow spinning to the ball in an ever-expanding vacuum flying through it. Why there has never been an experiment done for some reason where you have two exactly the same constructed pendulums next to each other doing the exact same thing to just make sure that they have the same outcome. Why do they don't do that? Maybe because
that was my point. They should swing by themselves. You shouldn't have to push them at all.
And that's another thing, man. Every Foucault pendulum, okay, needs to be started by an external force.
Yeah, but they're not claiming. They're not claiming that the back and forth movement is what is connected to the Earth rotation. It's the precession, meaning that it swings back and forth, but it slightly changes its position.
The diversion, right? Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, why?
Couldn't that be magnetics?
The interesting thing would be if there's a diversion, put two of the same ones next to each other, then they should at least have a very similar or almost the exact diversion. It's never been done. So
but shouldn't that be the magnetic field though that makes it precise?
It could be so many things, man. It could be just complete randomness, you know.
Well, I mean, I'll just say this. I mean, looking at every ancient cosmology since the dawn of time before this Jesuit Freemasonic globe thing, they always had the Earth modeled as it's a planar, stationary, immovable Earth with some sort of a spherical field around it, like toroidal field, etc. Some of them show the kind of the upper half, like the hemispherical upper half, and then the underworld is the hemispherical underworld. So the fact that they all show that kind of spherical dynamic, it's not that we're on the outside of a spinning sphere, but essentially the idea that we're on a stationary plane surrounded by some sort of a spherical field. And that spherical field is perhaps moving and spinning the way the sun, moon, and stars move. And if that is happening, if there is some kind of a vortexual nature to that, it would then make sense why they're picking up the spinning sphere thing in terms of the pendulum. And I understand actually why they're trying to make that correlation to it. But if it's actually that the ether and the field that we're within is a spinning sphere, the medium, then that would also make sense as to why it has the effect it has.
What is even the logic behind it? The logic behind it is for some reason, if someone if something is in a motion and moving, the Earth beneath it that it is attached to, obviously, because every pendulum you would put up, it would be attached to something that is a foundation that is directly connected with that moving Earth. And for some reason, because the Earth is moving and that construct that is founded upon that moving place has a rod going down that is being put into movement. And what is the logic behind this? Does the ground beneath, like, what?
It's pretty simple.
No sense for me. It makes absolutely no sense. So what is the pretty simple? I wanna hear what is the simplicity of it.
Right. So I bring back to the merry-go-round. If you start a pendulum, that the base is fixed on a merry-go-round, and the merry-go-round is spinning. If you set the pendulum, it's going to swing back and forth, but it's not going to swing back and forth to someone that is in the merry-go-round. It's actually going to swing back and forth to someone that is not in the merry-go-round. It's outside, just to a stationary observer. The pendulum is going to swing back and forth in the same direction. But for the person in the merry-go-round, because that person is rotating, that person is going to see a precession. So in the reference frame of the person in the merry-go-round, the back and forth motion of the pendulum is going to rotate in the same rate as the merry-go-round, but in the opposite direction. But to someone that is not in the merry-go-round, the pendulum is just going to go back and forth in the same direction. Does that make sense?
Is the Earth a merry-go-round?
No, that's the simplest example. We can make it more complicated, bring it to Earth. But can we at least get you?
I want to understand an explanation that is attached to the official imagination of what people apply that is happening in reality. Not the merry-go-round, please.
The merry-go-round is directly analogous to Foucault's pendulum at the poles, right? Does that make sense?
Explain it with your paradigm, with the spinning to the pure-shaped globe, flying from Eric's units? Can you not apply?
He's saying at the poles. So technically, if you were to put, I mean, this is not including like all of the other motions that the globe is making. So it is a bit. I don't want to say a rude name. It's a bit strange, maybe you could say, that they're claiming that the Earth is moving at all these millions of miles per hour and all these different vectors, but this very slight little drift, which would be more like a gentle wind or like a gentle flow, that is causing that very minor precession they're trying to claim is connected to this 1,000-mile-an-hour Earth rotation, not including all the other vectors. But anyways, what I was saying, just Clay, he was saying, sorry, just end the thing because I went on another tangent. But no, he was saying at the North Pole, if you put a merry-go-round right at the North Pole, then swung a pendulum, and then their globe Earth is spinning under it. I think that's what he was relating to.
Yeah. So a merry-go-round is directly analogous to a pendulum at the North Pole. So the pendulum at the North Pole is connected to the ground at the North Pole, just like the pendulum in the merry-go-round is connected to the merry-go-round. And the same thing happens. The precession in the merry-go-round has the same rate as the merry-go-round itself. So the Foucault pendulum at the North Pole, it would also precess every 24 hours. Does that make sense so far?
I understand these pseudo-scientific analogies of making something that we, for some reason, observe in reality real by inserting some cool story of something, how it might be working. Okay? But
I thought you said it didn't make sense.
It's just not satisfying, dude. It's just, why is it that everything about the globe needs to be explained in such weird manners, like that has nothing to do with reality? So imagine this: if you want to understand how a pendulum works, imagine a merry-go-round on the South Pole. Well, what is this?
I didn't say a merry-go-round in the South Pole.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't see why the merry-go-round is a good analogy for Foucault's pendulum at the poles, then
I don't want to have.
I don't know how to make
it. Is it possible that this effect, this precession you're talking about, is it possible that has to do with some other explanation, maybe like Earth's magnetic field, as opposed to the Earth spinning, like you're claiming? Is it possible something else happening?
That's something that can be tested. Yeah, sure. If it is possible, but that should also be easily testable. Like if it is caused by electromagnetic fields, I think you would have a different prediction for each material you're using for the pendulum. Like if you're using a block of cement compared to a block of like a lead ball, I don't think you should expect the same precession. Or
aren't the globers actually simultaneously also claim that mass attracts mass by a different experiment? I just forgot the name of it. So if you have a focused pendulum in a big museum where you have like huge massive walls, for example, or you have like these little things that it throws off, is not that already an objectively a manipulated experiment, because you have another factor being involved already that you assume in your paradigm, which is mass attracting mass? Hence, when do you where's the line? Like, where do you guys can be consistent of your thinking and separate things instead of going into wonderland of pseudoscience? Everything about the globe, when it comes to logic, goes by imagine this, imagine that. Just
No,
imagine that you could, like, when I talk about geocentrism, okay, I tell you, look at water.
do you want someone
Water
to
behaves a certain way. You can look at water repeatedly. It will always behave the same way. That's it. That's what water does. When unmanipulated, it lays out flat, no matter the size. That's it. There you have it. No curve. Easy. And you go to the globe.
you want
So we
someone
gotta
to
start with a very complicated analogy of some story that I made up in order to explain something that explains a bigger story that is made up. Wow, amazing! What a time to be alive.
Do you have an actual point you would like to be responded to?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I
I
sense
know
that
that you guys are not capable of connecting, not listening to 3 minutes of sentence or even 2 minutes. It's just like as if I'm probably telling word salad here, right? That's what you guys commonly say if you don't understand what someone is trying to say, right? My point is the fullness of what my point is the fullness of what I was laying out. If you don't see the point in that, then you're not really understanding what I'm saying. There is a point being made in the fullness of my speaking. Does it make sense?
There's something that you said that I think I might respond to. It makes sense to be responded to.
Yeah,
that
sure.
You complained that whenever we're going to explain something, we have to say like, imagine this, imagine that. Well, if you're saying that some mechanism doesn't make sense to you, it wouldn't make any sense for we just to repeat the mechanism or just to state the mechanism that you already said doesn't make sense. So the way to explain something to someone that thinks something doesn't make sense is to find a simpler mechanism that can be analogous. So if the situation is simple, but the explanation is analogous, that might help the person understand what they were saying doesn't make sense. So that's the whole idea of saying imagine this, imagine that. It's just to bring you to some analogous situation that it's easier to make sense out of it.
Okay, I can understand this. I can understand this. But still, I also previously mentioned something which was mass attracting mass. How is it that in the same paradigm you cling to one thing being true, which is that a certain mass attracts another mass, but when it comes to a pendulum, for some reason, these forces are just not in existence and are probably not being considered, or what?
What do you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean? Like when you have these huge pendulums in museums and you have nearby walls that are made of mass, or even the ground that is like made out of concrete, which is also a mass. How can you in any way determine if or get away from all the other factors that could be just the possibility of why your pendulum is doing what you interpreted to be doing, even though it's maybe just caused by a much more other thing, and especially while also clinging to the idea that mass is attracting mass.
I'm not sure if you understood what your point is there.
So if your paradigm says that mass is attracting mass, right? And you have, for example, a huge pendulum in a museum where you have mass next to it, you know, for example, like big walls or heavy glass or whatever it might be, what matter it might ever be. How can you be sure that, I mean, I don't believe in mass attracting mass, you guys do, right? So you need to be consistent with your paradigm. How can you make sure that this, for example, in your paradigm is not the cause? Or is it like pick and choose, like with gravity and the atmosphere, where gas goes up and goes down simultaneously?
So, right. Is your question why doesn't gravity mess up with the pendulum? Because there's mass around the pendulum. Is that the question?
Can you repeat that? I was my attention was diverted by some stupid comments. Sorry, can you say that again? It's not your fault.
No problem. Is your question that why the masses that are surrounding the Foucault's pendulum doesn't mess with the Foucault pendulum. Is that the question?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, I don't see how that could like change the precession rate. So, for example, if the pendulum is swinging back and forth, and there is a big mass at the right of the pendulum, so that mass, let's say, is slightly attracting the pendulum towards the right. So when the pendulum is moving forward, it's being attracted to the right, and when it's moving backwards, it's also attracted to the right. So if that's the direction that's being attracted, when it's going both directions, it's not gonna cause any clockwise or counterclockwise bias because that direction is the same when it's going back and forth.
How can you be sure about that? I mean, if you have a fat American standing on every corner in that museum, for example, how is that fat person that has a certain amount of mass, for example, not interfering with that pendulum swing?
I don't see any direction in that the mass of the person would bias the pendulum. Unlike
I thought mass is attracting mass. Like
sure, no, I agree that there's an attraction there, right?
Yeah.
But is that attraction in that experiment should that attraction change the precession? And if it does, and if it should, then in what direction?
I mean, you tell me, right? It's your paradigm that believes in mass attracting mass, right? I'm
Well,
just putting
just
it out there.
explain.
How can you be sure that it's not that case? Like, how is it like with gravity, where it's like picky, and for some
No,
reason,
I mean, you can try to incorporate like a mass in the side of the pendulum, pulling it towards that direction, but that wouldn't make the precession bias either clockwise or counterclockwise because that force is the same regardless if the pendulum is going back or if it's going forward. In both directions, the pendulum is attracted by the same force in the same direction. So that wouldn't cause it. That wouldn't bias the pendulum neither clockwise or counterclockwise. So, and that's what's being measured in the pendulum is how much it precesses either clockwise or counterclockwise. It might be affecting, for example, if there's more mass there's a bigger net force in the pendulum, so it might swing a little bit faster. But that isn't what's being measured in the Foucault's pendulum. So, how would that mess up with the experiment? If you can point out, well, if there's a person here pulling the pendulum, then it should precess a little bit faster or a little bit slower, or then I think you have a point. But I don't see how the presence of mass should affect the pendulum in any specific direction.
So you don't think that in this case, mass attracting mass has any interference with the outcome of these minimalistic measurements you can read from a Falcom's pendulum?
As I just said, it can interfere. For example, it can make the pendulum swing a little bit faster or a little bit slower. I think it can only make it faster. But I don't see how it would affect the precession rate, which is what's being measured.
So when
have you ever heard Bacon had Mecca?
Mecca?
Yeah, you know Mecca, where they do like a walk around in a circle around that, like a box shaped building. It's Islamic religion, and they walk around and around. I was just thinking if that Foucault's pendulum was in a particular building where it had a track around the building and it's processing in one direction, I wonder if you got like 100 people to walk in the opposite direction around and around the building for about an hour. I bet you the pendulum would change direction.
You think so? I don't think so.
I think it would.
Why?
Just because of the force of the people walking around would have enough influence on the pendulum to change its direction.
Right. If you have like a bunch of people around it, you pretty much have a net zero force on the pendulum. If it's
a bunch of people walking around and around in a circle constantly for a whole hour, I bet it would change direction.
But this isn't how forces work. Like if something goes around something, it doesn't create a torsion force. So why would I don't see how you'd get a precession from a pendulum by moving something around if it's not like creating any wind or anything like that. As I said, if you have a force in once, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wonder if that was tried actually as an experiment. I wonder if that would actually have an effect, and I'd like to bet money to say that it would.
I would bet.
I wonder, since we already established that Bacon also agrees that there can be influences by mass attracting mass, and maybe even we have so many other forces, for example, electromagnetic influences and whatnot, especially in the modern times we live in, where we have like thousands of frequencies going through the air and whatnot. We don't even know what they might do with certain metals or whatnot. I just wonder, when was the first establishment of the foundational premise of a perfect outcome being done as a so-called foundation for this so-called pendulum that tells you that this is the definite foundation we can always point back to as being the one that was free of any influence. Thank you.
When I did mine, and when everybody else did theirs, when these guys in the South Pole did theirs, when really when anyone does it, once you correct for all those influences,
that's cool.
It seems to be you're left with the Coriolis, yeah.
So it would be so if I start making my own focus cult pendulum experiment, and I would just start using a different term than you guys, I would not assume that the Earth is spinning, but I would assume that it has to do with let's play with because it's still in your paradigm. Let's play with this for entertainment purpose. I would use mass attracting mass. Would I be wrong?
Well, how would you equate that with your latitude?
I would in general just say because I have mass nearby, which is Western civilized. But if you're not just going into a desert, but even a desert, you would have masses of sand, masses everywhere. The Earth itself is mass in a grand scale. So I just the whole concept just falls apart from my perspective.
The magnitude of the precession can be predicted depending on your latitude. So it's not just the fact that it precesses at different rates, at different latitudes.
Do you understand when I talk about the foundation, right? So at some point, some man was the first man to conduct this experiment, right? And he wrote something down, numbers probably. And from there on, other people did the experiment, and they got on different locations other numbers, right? But essentially, what is the premise? What is the definite truth of knowing that whatever you get out of wherever you are on the plane, making this experiment, that it has anything to do with the Earth spinning, tilted, moving from ever expanding universe? That's my point. Like, if I at some point come up and say I have invented this experiment that proves that fairy dust exists, and actually it's just some house dust, but because I say it's fairy dust and everyone else gets the same house dust, which they then just apply as being fairy dust, does it make it fairy dust? Do you see what my problem is here?
Yeah. Problem is you're ignoring what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's a problem.
The different latitudes, though, Koshin, could work on a flat Earth as well.
The magnitude of the prediction is based on the latitude.
It could work on a flat Earth map as well. Like, it could all be related directly with the sun as it follows its path from between Capricorn and Cancer, crossing over the equator, because that's where the sun stays all of the time, right? And then if the equator is the midline, then you'd get a different position below that, and you get another position above that. And as the sun moves up and down between this gap, you have a direct correlation with the movement of the Foucault's pendulum, and then so on with the different latitudes above and below that. Because the sun obviously has a path and it leaves some some type of an energetic trail as it goes, which is obvious with the seasons that we have. Yeah, it leaves a path of evidence, and the evidence are the seasons that we have.
What would be interesting, if possible, did ever anyone made a pendulum out of a helium balloon in a let's say in a room that is completely without any interference, and you get that helium balloon in a state of perfect
So instead of hanging, it's elevated.
Yeah, it's floating.
Right.
And then but I mean, I'm just realizing. I mean, if you would start moving,
No, that's that would
Never
have to
mind.
be like, no, that would have to be like a very perfect situation for
Yeah,
the
yeah,
balloon. To reverse. But my problem is with the pendulum. It's always it's always fixed to the Earth, and so I think
to the Earth that it's measuring, right? Supposedly. I don't know, man. I mean, I really have nothing against it. You know, I'm like against Globers wanting to believe this, but it's just again one of these things that just sounds like a good story, but nothing
it's
more
a
to
nice
me.
it's a optical effect, and then they apply that the reason you seeing what you're seeing is because the Earth is moving.
It's an optical effect.
Someone applied something, like there was one man had the one idea before everyone else and applied a certain scheme paradigm on it, and then it just went on. You know, if I would come up with an experiment that would prove fairy dust, but in actuality it's just house dust. Everyone makes that around the plane, the same experiment. And they would just all collect house dust, but they would just assume by my premise that it's actually fairy dust that they're collecting. Doesn't make it fairy dust. It's just the baseless assumption that from one man that has came up with an assumption that then has been inherited to be the truth.
Yeah, what's the pendulum called?
Yeah, it's a it's
What
a
was
code.
so no, but no, it's like there's someone's name associated with the pendulum. What was it? What was the name? Fulcum or something like that?
Yeah, Fulcrum's pendulum.
Foucault.
So that tells you right there. There's the first guy.
And he didn't know Foucault.
That was a good one.
Did you guys catch the joke before? What is a pendulum called that is not moving, that is stationary?
It's called
Plumb
an
bob.
apple bob. An apple bob.
Plumb bob.
A plumb bob, close enough.
Plum bob. Yeah. Apple, plum. Banana bob.
Yeah,
No, but yeah.
we used to at the rodeo, our school rodeo, we used to do the apple bob competition. You had to try and see how many apples you could get without using hands. And what about the gumboot throwing competition? You ever tried that one?
We say gun.
Gumboots, you know, the wellies,
Oh,
rubber
no,
boot,
oh.
gumboot throwing competition.
So
No choreography.
what do you throw? What is it like? There's like a boot. You're like and you throw it, and you're supposed to. It's got some kind of sticky on the bottom, and it sticks to the wall.
No, you're
Like,
out in the field in a paddock of grass, and you all line up with your gumboots and see how far you can throw your gumboots.
ah,
Yeah. The
yeah.
other
You
one
don't
is
you throw.
throwing
Yeah,
raw egg. You throw a raw egg, and you've got two people that throw an egg to each other, and you've got to every time you catch it, you step back 2 steps, both of you in the opposite directions. Myself and a friend, we did 100 meters with a raw egg and caught it. And we won the competition, the rodeo for catching the egg. This is when I was about 12 years old. Well, I don't see why not. Like, I mean, if a light is a fiber optic gyro is obviously related with magnetism because light is directly related with magnetism,
No, it's not.
electromagnetic, and it's obvious that because I've seen
You
music,
didn't hear.
I've seen music being played through a naked flame.
Okay, what does that do
And
with light being affected by magnetism?
well, magnetism and music are associated, and if it can come through a naked flame, there's obviously a correlation there.
There's not.
Wait, just to be, he said magnetism and music are correlated?
No, he said music. He said light is correlated to magnetism because of music.
What the fuck?
I've seen music being played through a naked flame.
I have the
Not
video saved. I'll post it for you. Give me a second if I can find it. If these guys don't believe it.
Dude, it's not that we don't believe it. It's just that it doesn't follow. Magnetism doesn't affect light. Music doesn't prove that. Neither does fire.
See you guys in 2 hours, man. Go to sleep.
Isn't a photon produced by the positive and negative charge of the electron proton? How are
Protons don't have negative charge.
how are photons produced? Do you know that?
You say photon or proton?
Photon.
Yeah. There's no charge to a photon. And magnetism, though, is a part of the electromagnetic spectrum or electromagnetic force. Doesn't mean that light, which is part of the electromagnetic spectrum, they're not. You can't affect light from magnetism, not directly.
Basically, he's saying you can't bend a light beam with with a magnet.
Check out what I posted, guys. I was waiting to post this one. I guess this is the right moment. You're gonna blow your mind. Tesla. Music coming out of a spark.
Nobody cares.
I think everyone's seen that one.
Are you sore, Extremuses, that I killed your pendulum? Seriously, you're gonna take it this bad? Come on.
I'm a little butthurt. Yes, sorry.
You just learned something else today. Look, I just showed you another new thing. Music coming out of a spark, bro. Check it out.
I'm going to quote something I heard once. You cannot teach me anything. I heard somebody
But
say
I
that.
just taught you a couple of things today, didn't I?
Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing.
A flame speaker. Witness it, everybody. Crazy stuff, Tesla. You gotta admit, that's freaked out, right? Music coming out of discharge?
Kosher there?
Yeah, I always thought that an an ion is an atom with you can have positive and negative ions, right? And that's basically an ion is a charged atom, and when you gain or lose a proton from from an atom, you're creating a negative or a positive ion. And in the interaction of this process, which is creating a negative or a positive ion, that's when a photon is produced. So it seems to me like if photon is light, then light is directly related with ions, which are charged, which is related with electricity, which is related with magnetism.
The only thing with that is that a photon is a quantum thing, a quantum invention.
Yeah, but Kosher was just saying that light is not related with magnetism, but light comes from magnetism in their own paradigm.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, absolutely. Kosho said that. He's wrong as
Yeah, because
usual.
the way I understood it is because I watched a video about an ionic thruster, this thruster that they claim to be using on spaceships. Is the new fuel of the future, ionic propulsion. And I looked at the details of how these motors work and how they were producing these ions to thrust, and it showed very clearly that it's the gaining or losing of an electron will will turn that atom itself into a negative or a positive charge, which is called an ion, and it's going to be negative or positive within this interaction. In the middle of this interaction, at the same time, is what is causing and creating a photon, which is supposedly a particle of light. And if that's not related directly with magnetism, I don't know what is.
What he actually said, instead of all that you just made up, was he said magnetism does not affect light, photons. That's what he actually said.
So by him saying that a photon must be in his own thinking just a byproduct of the creation of negative and positive ions. Yeah, is that the outcome?
I don't know what all you can say, but what you can say, because he specifically said a magnetic field does not affect photons, i.e. light. Now, all the other stuff that you were talking about and whatever, that's what he said.
All you have to do is look at the way that a laser works, or a torch, or any other electronic form of light, and you'll know that it is directly related.
I'm going to say what he said again because you're not listening.
I heard it.
Cannot affect.
And he's wrong. I heard
light
it, and he's wrong.
with an electromagnetic field. I'm going to say that one more time. You cannot affect light with an electromagnetic field. Yes.
depends what type of light he's talking about. You could be
Can you-
looking at a
Doesn't
myriad of different types of light. You could be looking at light on an ambient scale or on a laser scale.
Doesn't
And
matter.
that's why I said that the magnet, what do you call it? The fiber optic gyro is going to be directly related with electromagnetism. It's the same electromagnetic, whatever word that you want to call it, comes from the sun. That's how we get our seasons. And that's how we get our tides.
You mean not thermonuclear energy? Come on now, you're a heretic.
No, that's just the plumbing below, but that's not the mechanism. The mechanism is coming from above. The mechanism is coming from above. Below is just the plumbing. Everyone should go back in time and watch Quasi-Luminous. I tell you, you're gonna have like rebirth of the cool, total like overhaul of your brain, and it's gonna reminisce maybe for some people that forgot about it, but like there's a lot of truth in what he was saying if you can read between the lines. Quasi-Luminous. I don't know if his channel's still out there.
So, Extremesis, are you going to be able to sleep tonight? Having lost your precious pendulum? How are you gonna be okay?
Is anybody up? Roderick, Jeremy, Gio. Next.